Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of the OlimoLeague 2024/2025 Winter Finals. Day number 2. I'm, of course, Showside VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to our second day of covering this event. For those that did miss out, I do recommend the VODs of day number 1. We had some crazy matches. We covered 8 best of 3s, 8 best of 3s back to back to back to back. It was insane how much we did cover, and we're here to conclude the event. For those that are curious, OlimoLeague is typically a weekly tournament. Likewise, there are monthly finals as well, but after a couple of months we have the season finals, and that is what this is, the winter finals, if you will, of the kind of era of OlimoLeague 2024 coming into 2025 as well. We're here, we are ready to bring this to you here and now. For those that are curious, this event did take place a couple of days ago. Did take place 3 days ago at this point. I guess two days ago. Sorry, my apologies. As yesterday we were covering day 1 by replays, but the day before that was the event being live, I should say. So again, we weren't able to cover it live. We used to cover it live, but if you know anything about OlimoLeague, you will know that it is not broadcasted live on Twitch. It is only allowed to be broadcasted live on the Chijik platform, and we were streaming on that platform, but we didn't really get a lot of viewership. We didn't really get a lot of people hopping on over to actually watch those games live. There wasn't too much interest, or just too much interest in that. So in the end, we did decide to just go via replays instead. Just go via replays and just to delve into an event like this on Twitch and on YouTube live instead, just a day later here. But regardless, amazing players, amazing matches. Here we go, having a look at the bracket itself. Let us switch our scenes over and go over yesterday's broadcast. Here we go. Again, we had a round of 8 double elimination bracket here. We already have players eliminated from the tournament. Shin alongside Creator have been eliminated from the tournament. They got knocked out by Rogue and Cure in the lower bracket. Likewise, we were able to work our way through the upper bracket towards the upper bracket finals. We had a crazy upset and a crazy result as Classic took down herO. Likewise, Clem took down Zan. And here we have them, Clem versus Classic in the upper bracket finals. They're going to be facing off in a best of 5. Once we wrap up the upper bracket finals, we're going to be casting every single series as always, and we're going to be going over towards the lower bracket, catching up with Zan versus Rogue, herO versus Cure, and then advancing on from there all the way to the grand finals. Again, when it comes to Classic and Clem, that is the next series, and because it is going to be a double elimination bracket, they do have a chance to recover. They have a chance to recover. They have a chance to bounce back, so don't you worry. They're going to be there for that, of course. And yeah, with that, we are going to be settling in. We're going to be settling in here, just getting ready for our match to come. Have someone to come. Oh, sorry, just getting ready for our match. I'm sorry, a little bit distracted, but we are good to go. Okay, so from the top again, it's going to be that best of 5. As a reminder as well, the initial map is predetermined. It's going to be a predetermined map and then losers pick. So no vetoes here in this tournament format. We're just jumping right on into game 1. It's going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Shema, papi, shema. Gosh to see you. Bienvenidos. As we are jumping into our best of 5 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Have our upper bracket finals ahead of us here again. So far, Clem has been undefeated so far in his road here to the upper bracket finals. And Clem, I mean, he's a reigning world champion. He's the best player in the world. He's the one to beat. We'll see if Classic can bring him down. This is going to be a rematch, of course, from earlier this week. If you're watching the Wardy TV Monday, you would know that Classic and Clem did face off in the finals as well. Did go the way of Clem in the end. And sorry, my apologies. They didn't face off in the finals. They faced off in the semi-finals. So, or was it the quarterfinals? No, quarterfinals. They faced on the quarterfinals. It went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 3. In the end, Clem did take it, but Classic has already shown us, he's already proven that he can force Clem to the ace match. Can he do it again? Can he bring him down this time? We're here to find out. Here to find out. For now, we have our standard openers. I say standard. Clem is going for a double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC, so a more aggressive start here out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Classic going for a standard opener, gate cyber core into expansion. So more standard play here from the side of Classic. Now we are going to be settling in and calming things down. So here comes our expansion. Likewise, Classic is going to be zoned out of the main base of Clem. So Classic's in the dark. He doesn't really know what's going on. For all he knows, it could be a double gas opener, it could be a factory, or there could be a hidden CC further back in the main base. That is a possibility here. So Classic is a little bit in the dark as to what's going on, is going to be forced back, and Clem behind this will go unscouted. There's a high chance that it's going to be a factory and not a hidden CC, but I mean, there's still a chance that it's not that as well. So Classic, working with incomplete information, is going to have to back off, retreat, and race back with that probe. Will hopefully keep it alive as Reaper is zooming across the map to hunt down any stray workers. Hunt down stray workers to get a scout on what the Protoss is up to. Does confirm the setup. Burning it alive. Ooh, meanwhile, I was not expecting this, but a robot opener out of Classic. Okay, you have my attention. A very safe opener here. So in PvT, traditionally there are three forms of tech that you invest into, either a Twilight Council, a Stargate, or a Robo. And we have a Robo option here instead, as opposed to Stargate and Twilight Council, where you often gain map control with Blink Stalkers or with Phoenixes or Oracle Phoenix. Here, you don't really gain that here. This does give you access to faster Immortal production and faster Colossus production as well. This is typically considered to be a very safe opener, though much more safe than the others, of course. The downside is that you do like map control. We could open up with an earlier War Prism. If we open up with an early War Prism, then we can harass across the map, but outside of that, Classic is going to be stuck at home, and mostly taking a more defensive role and defensive stance against Clem. As it is going to be Observer first. Observer first out of Classic. Clem back at home, just securing himself, taking his natural with that 1-1-1, is going for the early drop play. Medevac is in production into the early tech lab, and from here we can either go and open up with a Cyclone, an early tank, add-on swap into Banshee. We have possibilities here. We'll see what Clem's follow-up is going to be. Oh, early tank. Okay. It's a really fast tank production here to Clem. Here comes the drop. It is going to be one Widowmine and a plethora of Marines. Let's go. We have Marines, we have the Widowmine, we have the Reaper Hellion on the left-hand side as well. I'm getting deja vu, but this is Clem's go-to here to try to drop into the main base and pull apart Classic. Classic is in position at the natural. The Immortal is on the way, so very, again, really safe play, going for the safety Immortal. But can he defend in time? Will he be ready for this? Again, these Marines, they pack a lot of punch here, a lot of firepower. Their goal, to go for the probes. To go for the mineral line. Making his way in. Does unload. Does make his way into the mineral line, and probes are going to be targeted down. So far, Classic, he does react in time. Ooh, hasn't lost anything yet. There we go. One probe finally falling. The Immortal has arrived. At the same time, here comes the Reaper Hellion into the mineral line. And the last Classic out of position. Yeah, probes are lining up. No shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield battery whatsoever. 3, 4, 5 probes going down. Oh my god. The drop was meant to do damage, but no, really it was a distraction, and it was the Hellion instead. 6 probe kills. Very nicely done. And Clem gets away. Clem, he pulls out, he gets away. Likewise, he lost a handful of Marines and 1 Widowmine. This was well worth it for Clem. Does come out ahead. Does come out ahead here. Despite the safe open out of Classic, he still will lose some workers. Them dipping back in. Will threaten the pylon. Likewise, charge now on the way for Classic, so going Immortal into charge into, I would imagine, Colossus, but we'll get there. Clem rotating back over. Back at home, building up his bio. 2 more Maxes on the way, eventually working towards Stim, +1, combat shields. And Classic, he is pinned back at home. Is pinned back. Then finally retreating himself. Jesus. And remember, because of the double gas opener, because of the early tank production, we already have 3 tanks. Now, this army is looking terrifying here. As a reminder, there is no Stim, right? There is no Stim. There are no upgrades for the bio. It's all about the tank. Meanwhile, the Observer is spotted. And it's going to be hunted down. Oof, just barely. With that, Classic is not 100% aware of the move out. He did see the Force. Classic, with the help of that Immortal, he could make a stand. It's going to be close, though. Liberator across the map, getting 3 probe kills. Prism does move out. Liberator able to get 4 probes and a Stalker. But still no third base. Again, Clem, when it comes to his move out, his goal would have been to deny the third, but there is no third, right? There is no third base being taken yet. So still just building up his army. Dropping to the natural. Getting a couple of SCVs, then just buying time. Keeping Clem busy. Yeah, so let's force a cancel. Does deny one of the Raxes. Clem is getting his third CC, not all in. Will soon move out. Has to get the drop. He's being so persistent, so annoying. He gets an SCV. Classic pulls away. Does pull away. Rotating back around. As he just continues to be a threat here to Clem. Clem waiting for his upgrade. Stim is now done, waiting for +1 and combat shields, as he can soon break out. Speaking of, drop gets across the map, takes down a pylon. Now, what's important here about the posturing that's happening, and even though on the one hand you could argue, oh, Clem is being kept at home, like this is a good thing for Classic, in a way it is, but at the same time, if you remember, Classic, he intentionally delayed his third base because of the attempted move out that we saw earlier. So this third base is very late for Classic, to the point where now that it's getting up and running, Clem is taking his, so Clem still maintains an economic lead. Typically, a Protoss player wants to be, oh no! Prism goes down, Immortal as well! Yeah, big loss there for Classic. Will lose the Prism, lose the Immortal. What I was about to say is that typically the Protoss player wants to be up in expansion and up a base because of mules and because of, again, how these armies, how these races do interact. But alas, Clem was able to get his own base on par with his opponent. Clem, he maintains an economic lead. He has a massive army. He's now pushing out. Now with his upgrades, and Classic, he's in a rough position. Remember, Classic was getting ready for an attack earlier, an attack that never came. Just really patient play here from Clem. And Classic, he does have Storm, true. He has Storm, he has, what, 5 High Templar, sorry, 6 High Templar even. Has a lot of NG to work with. And I would have assumed that Clem would have pushed out with his upgrades, but my apologies, he's waiting for his Ghosts. Ghosts are on the way. Ghost production has begun. Classic rotating around. He's going to be committing here. And Clem is already pre-sieged. He's already pre-sieged at this point. He has a 4 CC on the way. Classic, he sees all of this. The Widow Mines aren't quite burrowed. Going to start things off with some storms. Up. Prism is turned away. Taking a lot of damage. Clem moving out. We'll take a storm though. It will take a lot of storms to the face. It was a bait. Tanks still left exposed. He's also forced to rotate around. Once again, Storm turning back the army. And the tanks are going down one after the other. Classic not quite making his way into the mineral line, diving on the main army. Looks like there's 2 more storms. Once again, turning away. There's another High Templar in the War Prism. Storm connects in the CC. It's going to go down. I should say the mineral line is going down. A good movement here from Classic, catching Clem out of position. Ooh, Prism goes down. Although there's a High Templar just in time. Classic, he has broken the expansion. 25 SCV kills. And Clem, he doesn't really have much to work with left. He does have EMPs, true. Together, zoned away. Now Classic is out of storms. He needs to get the hell out of here. Classic needs to pull away. Alas, he commits to the fight. Lead out the Zealots. Lose his army. And it's going to be on Clem to counterattack. He needs to counterattack as quickly as possible. Snipe going up. Catching the Archon, catching the Immortal. Again, this was good damage here by Classic, but he stuck around a little bit too long. He stuck around too long. He bled out a lot of units. And back at home, he does have a lot of High Templar, but he needs more time. He has 1 storm. He currently has 1 storm. He needs a couple more seconds here for extra storms. And he has it. Yeah, the storms are ready. Clem moving out. Again, despite losing 25 SCVs, you can see just how far ahead he was economically, as he's now more or less even with the worker count of Classic. Dropping into the main, pushing towards the fourth. Storm's coming in this time. The splits are there. Let's go. Oh my god. And massive mine connections. High Templar being zoned away by the Liberator. Liberation has arrived. A drop back into the natural. The drop play continues here for Clem. Nice EMP. He does land, denies the fourth base. Now he's pushing in. And there are 2 storms left. Down to 1. Oh my god. And down to 0. Oh, my apologies. Never mind. 1 more storm available. And now force them into the Archons. So they charge in. They get a ghost. Liberator's still doing so much in the backline. Finally, it goes down. A very close fight here, but without any ZLT Stalkers, they're so exposed. And Clem is rallying across the map. Takes down the Archon, the War Prism as well. There's that 1 High Templar. But the rally continues, and Clemmy's done it. He has done it. He has broken the back of Classic. Again, Classic had a great fight earlier, but he did lose everything in the process. That's the problem. Traded well initially, got the middle line, but he did stick around, did lose everything. Massive storm connects. Oh my god, that was a crazy storm. But despite that, GG gets called, and Clem, he will snowball out of control, taking game number 1. GG. Clem does take a lead in this series. Again, Classic, he had his moments in this game, but for the most part, Clem, he was ahead. He had a lead. Remember, even though he lost 25 SCVs, he still had an equivalent economy to his opponent. That's just how far ahead he was when it came to the delayed third base of Classic, when it comes to the fake to push out as well. If you recall, Classic was just preparing himself to receive an army that never really came. So Classic kind of getting juked there, mind gamed if you will, and with that, GG. GG well played. Whew, Clem takes a lead in the series, and now we are looking to jump into game number 2. Let us go. As it is going to be Classic's map of choice, we're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, but it's a best of 5. We have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more room to grow and spread our wings. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And again, Clem, he's the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament. He is the best player in the world, but that doesn't mean he is unbeatable. There are players like Classic, herO, MaxPack, Serral, Raynor. There are other competitors that can bring him to his knees. When it comes to this event, I do believe that Classic and herO have the best chance, the best opportunities here. I mean, even Rogue has had his own moments to shine against Clem, but merely moments. And we need that moment here at some point tonight. Oh boy. So we'll see if they can bring their A game. As we are going to be settling in. Again, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. It is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Likewise, aggression is favored. Rushes are seen more often here, and it can be quite difficult to keep up with the more aggressive nature of your opponents as the defending player. Not impossible, but difficult. As we have our standard opener, just gate, cyber expand. Meanwhile, Clem is mixing it up. At game 1, we saw double gas out of Clem, which led into an early tank production, if you recall, which led into a fake out tank push. Here in game 2, racks expand, single gas opener, something much more economic here from Clem. Much more economic. Classic likewise building up back at home, securing himself. And we'll see if he goes for another robot opener. Now, I'm not opposed to a robot opener, especially on Whispers of Gold. That would make sense in my mind. But we have to take into context the series that's taking place before us. We already had a robot opener in the first game. We already had a fake out push out of Clem. As Clem is setting up for a proxy starport. He's setting up for a Hellion drop into the main. Let's go. Factory is almost done. We're waiting for the factory to finish. And we should be seeing the starport soon thereafter. Now, technically, I feel like I have to bring this up. Technically, if we go for a starport here, there's a chance that it's going to be Proxy Liberator and like Hellion Harass alongside Liberators. That is a very niche variation of this, and it's very rarely seen. We'll bring it up just to bring it up, but for the most part, this should just be a medevac into Hellion drop into the main base to wreak havoc, to get damage done. Last game, we saw 6 probes going down to the Reaper Hellion aggression already, so we'll see if Clem can replicate that success. Meanwhile, the CC finishes up just in time. SCV jumps into the CC. Is safe and sound. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Oh no, the SCV, get out of here. Ooh, does go down. Clem being a little bit too greedy there, did unload ahead of time. I mean, I say greedy, he unloaded, I guess greedy is the correct term, because he did unload just so we can morph in the command center. Fun fact, you cannot start morphing this in if there is a unit inside. So it did have to unload. Here we go. And again, that's the reason why, is once you morph into an orbital, you lose the ability to load units in. So they have to be evacuated ahead of time. Fortunately, the SCV was kicked out. Behind this, we have a take of choice, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Here comes that medevac, drop into the main. Stalkers in position. How many gateways so far? Just the one gate. But the Stalkers, they're somewhat ready in the main. Classic, he is prepared. Here come the Hellions. They can one-shot workers. Ooh, 3 probes going down so far. Can he get more? He wants them. Quick splits there. The Classic, still 6 probes going to be going down. And he's not done. Now can 2-shot. Down to 2 Hellions. 2 Hellions getting 8 probe kills. And the medevac will survive. Just barely tries to boost away. He still wants more. He wants more, Papi. Oh my god, he won't quite get it. Being a little bit too greedy there towards the end. Will escape, getting 8 probe kills for 3 Hellions. That is a worthwhile trade here for Clem. Pulls out, gets away, starport already floating back home. And he's getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Let's go. Getting to our setup here. Tank production well underway. And so far, Clem is in a better position. The pressure is now on Classic to counterattack. What does he have? He has 3-gate blink. Prism is on the way to reinforce across the map, and here come the Stalkers. And again, his goal here is to dive into either the natural or the main, pick off some SCVs, maybe a tank, maybe some add-ons. We'll see what we can get done. The tank is getting in position behind the production. Cyclone looking a little bit exposed. Classic is loading up. Hellion does spot the army. Then he pulls away. Doesn't want to lose the Cyclone. Doesn't want to lose it for nothing. And Classic is going for the dive. He wants that main base. Does spot the Cyclone. We get the lock on. Not bad damage here on the War Prism. Oh my god, they're looking. Oh no! Oh, the Looking continues 1 shot away from going down. So close, 1 more shot. Stalkers, they commit. Yeah, they commit, and Cyclone comes in for the dive. And nice target firing. Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Tank did fall. But Clem, he's fighting back. What's the tank for? War Prism. Likewise, forcing back the army. Keeping control of the main. And these are brutal losses here for Classic, losing so many Stalkers. Does blink away, but 4 Stalkers do survive. I'm afraid to look here at the unit loss tab. That was 7 Stalkers. 7 Stalkers, 2 Adepts, the War Prism as well. Brutal losses, and for what? For a couple of add-ons and a tank? Better trade for Clem. Better trade for Clem. As Classic is looking for another way in. But alas, he has no high ground vision. He lost the War Prism. Forced back, trying to intercept any kind of drop play. And trying to expand. Whew. He's going to attempt to expand from here. Taking his 3rd. Clem, his own drop is activated. Speaking of, Classic is already in position. He's ready for the drops. Or at least trying to be. And this would be a way for Classic to recover. If he can get a full medevac full of units, it's possible. He's in position. He's in position. A couple of Marines going to be going down. Likewise, diving in the army. And so far, yeah, the job is going to be completely picked apart. Very nice catch here from Classic. Doesn't lose any Stalkers, but he doesn't quite get the medevac. So at least Clem escapes with the medevac, but did bleed out a lot of Marines. Good defense here by Classic, and this is what he needs to do. He needs these small little wins here to claw his way back into this. Behind this, Bay is on the way. Charge +1, working towards his upgrades, working towards Colossus. Classic is still building up. So far, just trying to gain map control, trying to catch any kind of move outs. Likewise, Clem is just building up at home, waiting for his upgrades. Stim just about to finish. Vikings on the way, and now the Stim is done, it's time to push. Now, thankfully, the Observer. There's an Observer in position. Classic, he does spot the move out. He's aware. And here comes that Zealot run by. As Clem moves out, Classic moves in. Take a mantle to the face. The reinforcements back at home, but this does distract Clem for a moment. He's still pushing. He's still moving out. Classic is in position. He has force fields. Remember, he saw this moving out ahead of time. Does catch out 3 of those Marauders. Gets 1. Kills 1 Marauder. There's going to be more Marauders getting picked up so far. Good force fields. And Classic is holding. He's holding so far with the smaller army, but he's still exposed, still vulnerable. And the problem here is that he's forced to fight to save the base. And the base is going to go down. It's under fire. There's a cancel. Massive pickup. We spoke about it. It takes so little time to move from one third to the other on this map. It's just so small. The rush distance is so short. And Clem, he doesn't commit. Or he does. Denies the 4th. Backs off. He's content. He's content with the damage he's dealt. Things are looking up here for Clem. From here, getting another CC, getting his 4th. 4th base of Classic just now starting. Once again, getting ready for another Zealot run by. Getting ready for another counterattack. The problem here is that Clem doesn't have to push into his maxed. Like, he's about to max out. He has a terrifying army. Ghost Academy still on the way. Now, there is a chance, especially, so if Clem does reach 200 supply, and if he does push with a maxed out army, that also means that there's no production. It means that he's going to be more vulnerable back at home to a run-by, to a counterattack. But alas, he will spot the Zealot. He does spot the Zealots as they do race out. Establishing his 4th CC. Gee, there are so many Marauders. Oh my god. He's got as many Marauders as our Marines. 21 Marauders and 26 Marines. Oh my god. It's crazy. Now, interestingly enough, Classic, he's not going to Storm this time. He's going into his own Colossus, followed by Disruptor. So Colossus Disruptor here from Classic. More classic composition. That's being forced back. They get 4 SCVs, not bad. Clem is maxed. Classic needs more time. Let's go 3 Disruptors. He has to make them count. Speaking of, first Nova goes up. Up, and it will connect. Yeah, massive connections here. Marauder's going to be going down. Good start here for Classic, but last is just a sea of fire. He stims in. And it just collapses on the army. The Colossus Disruptors is all going to be going down. Nova does graze the army. But these are brutal losses here for Classic. He's holding on with these Zealots, but he lost all his Colossus and Disruptors. He has 1 Disruptor left, now to 2. Turning Clem back. Oh, he stims in. Oh my god, Nova connects. Classic is holding. He's holding on. Just barely, but Catching a Viking. We'll be able to hold the line. Likewise, catching out a medevac as well. Nice connection. Again, these Novas haven't been bad, but remember, because the fourth race was heavily delayed, it means that he's just been behind, just economically and likewise supply-wise as well, army-wise. Losing that fourth base was a big moment here for Clem. Likewise, the early economic damage as well. All things allowing for this moment, allowing him to be this far ahead in supply. It's one of those rare moments when the super is not lying. It's like it's telling the truth, man. Now, Classic has potential with these disruptors. True. Like, he can be down 20, 30, 40 supply and still take a fight with these disruptors. But everything has to go well for Classic. And as he's busy, as he's preoccupied, Dune drop into the main. Massive Dune drop into the main base, and not offending for a recall. Upgrades are going to be denied. Then threatening a dive. Deep house of production. Classic, he doesn't flinch with his main army, but that means that the main base is going to be going down. Oh, actually forced to lift. There are enough reinforcements. Let me rotates. He wants those disruptors. Nova's are on cooldown. He's stepping in. Nice EMP. He gets one. He gets two. He's going to go for GG gets called. Classic gets called out. And Clem will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very strong start here for Clem to be able to get the 2-0 advantage here, to be able to, I should say, to get to the early game lead with the early drop play. As a reminder, this all began with a Hellion drop into the main base, which got 8 probe kills, followed by the follow-up push, which was able to deny the fourth base, which was almost done. The fourth base was like 70% progression, and it was forced to be cancelled, which meant that Classic just fell behind and stayed behind in that economy, was never able to recover, and that snowballed into Clem having like a 50+ supply lead. It was crazy. Just the advantage that he was able to accumulate over time. GG. GG, well played. And now the pressure is on a Classic. This is a best of 5, and one more game is all that Clem needs to take the series. Classic, he has to fight back here and now to force the series out of this. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I would love to see a game 4. I would even more than I would appreciate. I would love to see a game 5, but the pressure is on. The pressure is now on the Protoss. Can he bounce back? As spawning in the top or bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea, down heavily in this series. He has to fight back here and now. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the reigning world champion, the French Terran himself, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Again, he is the best player in the world, and it takes so much to even take maps off of this man, let alone series. And it's on everyone else here in the bracket, I'll be honest. It's on everyone else, papi, who can rise to the challenge. I mean, again, we have seen Classic take maps before. He has done so against Clem even earlier this week, but he has to do it again. Has to keep up that consistency. For now, double gas. So game 1, we had double gas opener, which did lead into the initial drop into the main. Remember, it was an early drop into early tank production, into a fake push. Meanwhile, in game 2, we had an economic opener out of Clem going for a Hellion drop into the main. Here, double gas. Double gas, once again, reverting to what we went for in game 1. With this, we can go once again into early tank production, early tank drop, early cyclone production as well. We can go for early Banshee. We have options with how we want to take up. So we'll see where Clem takes us. Just catching up with the chat. Este Draconics. Oh my god. Ay, papi. Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Ga, papi, ga. Always good to see you. Always, always. Ojalá que todo te va bien. Ojalá. Hopefully. That's what Selligan. Selligan factories on the way. We have our racks into factory. Likewise, Classic going for his own gate cyber into expansion. Going for his own standard opener. Ooh, mining through those gold minerals already. Interesting. I mean, welcome one else to El Dorado. I didn't even get to talk about the map itself, but this is one of the more unusual maps in the map pool. You can expand towards your opponent here and take the triangular third. You can take the gold base as well. You can take the center base. You can see Clem, he is scouting for proxies, checking to make sure he does not get caught with his pants down. It's a very safe play here by Clem, but you can approach this in a couple different ways, and this I was not expecting. For the first time this series, Stargate opener by Classic. Let's go. ¿Qué tal tú? I'm good, papi. I'm good. Just siempre trabajando, papi. Siempre. Always casting. But we like it, so it's okay. We like it. So far, we do have Clem moving out through the center. Behind this, getting ready here for his drop play. Starport's on the way. Widow Mines into that medevac drop, I would imagine. Likewise, interesting. It's going to be a Stargate opener, but into Oracles, not Phoenixes. Oracles on the way. Then rotating. Looking for a way in. So far, unable to. But really, it's not about this main push. It is about the drop. Now, last time we saw this opener, we saw Clem move out with his Marines alongside his Widow Mines. You can see here the Marines are rallying in. So Clem is going to be that much more committed with his drop. At the same time, here comes that Oracle. Remember, Clem, he has not seen the tech. He does not know what's coming his way. Clem is in the dark. And this Oracle can pop off. Rallying into the main. Here comes the drop from Clem. Clem has nothing to defend. Yeah, Clem is out of position. 0 units here to defend back at home. Oracle has arrived, forced to pull away. Clem, he does not flinch, he does not turn around. And so far, Classic getting a mule, getting 1 SCV. Actually struggling to get much damage done here. Oh my god, he's running out of energy. No, wait, what? The SCVs? They're not dying. Well, that's fine. Okay, we're getting 3, 4 SCVs towards the end. Meanwhile, drop into the main base. Their probes are going down. Getting 1 probe so far. Phoenix on the way. There's that Widow Mine. Denying mining time. Oh my god, the Phoenix goes down. Adept as well, and Clem is getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. He wants more probes. He's going to get them as well. There we go. Boys are being pulled. The Widow Mines will not reset. We'll pull up. We'll pull out. We'll escape. That is 6 probe kills. Not quite getting 7. But I'm a little bit in shock here with the damage that was dealt. Clem, he only lost 4 SCVs. Look how many are so low, by the way. There are so many of them 1 hit away from going down. On 1 HP. There's 3 of them on 1 HP. Oh, no. And I'll be honest. We'll get into it as the mine drill comes in. Catches out a couple of workers. Would have mined into the natural as well. Now, I don't often bring up ping, right? Like, obviously, a lot of the most of what we cast are online events, if not everything nowadays that we cast is online events. Offline events are more of a rarity than anything, as Double Oracle does hit the natural. But what I was going to get at here is that, as we will be able to shut this down, Viking has arrived. 1 more volley, not quite. Oracles will escape. But what I was going to get at here is that this is what this feels like, in the sense that clearly Classic, he was focusing on SCVs and retargeting. And he was retargeting like 1 second or even half a second too early. Like half a second, if not even less than that. Like 1 HP. Like all these 1 HP, not just these 3, there were 2 more as well that were left on 1 HP that they were retargeted afterwards. But I do think this is one of the more stronger examples of that. That's very clearly here, where it's like half a second too early, just retargeted, and like so many SCVs survived. It was crazy. It was insane. And with that, Classic, he does come out behind in the opener as he lost even more across the map. Likewise, head towards the main. And he'll be able to redeem himself. Going for the SCVs. So far, getting 2. 2 more SCVs going down. Oof. I saw it all. That's the Oracles. They're trapped. There's no way out of this. The dead space is not large enough, and Clem holds. Clem, he shuts out the Oracles, rotates over towards the natural. Does rotate over. Classic pulling away. Does pull back, doesn't commit. Likewise, Clem now establishing his own third base. So did Classic behind this. And which direction are we headed in from here? Now, we're done with the Phoenixes. We're done with the Oracle Phoenix. There's one Phoenix left. That's all the anti-air that Classic really has out on the map. From here, we're done with the Stargate, going towards +1 and Blink into Colossus production. Now, the downside here is that this is a really big tech switch outside of the Stargate opener to switch into Blink Stalkers into Colossus, so this does take a little bit longer to really bring online. But Blink is now done, and Classic can finally be active with those Stalkers. Them taking a more defensive stance. When Polish, you're crazy, you're crazy. Share, man. Oh no. Oh no. Niet, papi, niet. No tack. Not gonna happen. One day. I'll have Indy on, and we can turkey it up together. It'll be crazy. For now, though, Clem is moving out. It's moving out, engaging with the main army. Oh. Rotating over towards the would be fourth, at least trying to. Making his way over. First Colossus has arrived. Classic is holding his own. Charge is not yet done though. Does blink in, will snipe the tank. Massive pick off, tank goes down. Clem caught with his pants down. Mind Angels, they connect well. They cannot fight this head on, he has to retreat, he has to pull out. Has to pull away. So Classic is holding. He's holding. Second Robos in production. This will be for Disruptors. As we're getting up to 2, soon to be 3 Colossus. Disruptor's going to be intercepted here by the Phoenix. Will it give Classic time to respond? And warp into the main. ¿Cuántos años llevas fuera de Perú? Nací aquí en Australia, pa. Australia. Mis padres son peruanos. De Tumbes, de Chiclayo, de Lima, pero... No. Nací aquí en Australia. Born in Australia. Not in Peru. For now, though. For now, Clem, he is being active. Again, okay. We're getting up to 4 Colossus, not even just 3. Now, this does have its place against a heavy Marauder composition. As the Marauder count builds up, as the Marauder count gets higher, I mean, Colossus, they actually can be a little bit more efficient here with a 4th one. From here, we should be going up to Disruptors, though. Should not be committing to, like, a 5th and 6th Colossus. That'd be crazy. That'd be insane. As it'd just be too inefficient. There'd be so much like over damage or overkill. Yeah. Of course. So I'll drop into the main. I mean, you say that. Mi acento no es australiano, pues. You know? It's not. This is not an Aussie accent, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's like a blending of the two. Here we go. As Classic is pushing through. Pero tampoco es peruano. O sea, verdad. I suppose. To go. Classic pushing to the center. Again, he's got his 4th Colossus. We're good to go. There are a couple of EMPs available. Viking so far, zoning away. Likewise, as the armies are distracted, we get a drop in towards that natural. Likewise, Classic dropping into the main. Both players in each other's bases. The bait does go down. Warp in will be able to deal with this, at least buying some time. Meanwhile, 6 as if he's going down, but the last prism does fall. So far, both players are defending. They do defend. Medevacs, they get shut down. Nice pickups. Getting one full medevac. And the War Prism did survive. Whew, okay. So both armies, they bounce off each other. When it comes to the splash damage here, we are up to now 4 disruptors. Not bad. Building up the disruptor count. Both armies are maxed. And it comes down to the engage. Comes down to how we move in. But again, that War Prism is going to be a bit of a nuisance to deal with here. So Clemmy's got to be careful. Throwing down more starports, getting into Liberators eventually. War Prism comes in, and it will barely go down, but the War Prism does complete. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main army. Picking up a couple of SCVs, rotating over towards the third base. Vikings that don't quite get the Colossus. So far, nice splits. Nice switch here from Clem, and does commit. Collapsing in the army. The Novas. Ooh, no major connections. And Classic is going to get cornered here. Of course, they're finally going down. He gets 1, getting up to 2. Classic leading out a lot of supply here. We'll chase down the bio, pulling back to the planetary. Classic, he does have to pull away. He has to pull back. Again, down to 2 disruptors. That's not enough to zone. And Clem, he wants to dive. 1 Colossus left. Barely any splash damage. There's that Nova, gets 1 Ghost. There's 1 Nova left. Grazes the army. And now Clem is free to stim. He's free to just stim on top of this army. There's nothing left. There's only Zealots and Stalkers. Just a gateway army. A very cheap composition here for Classic. And he's being outscaled. Yeah, the MPs are brutal. It's about to have 1 Nova. It's there. Oh, never mind. And you can see the Zealots, they just melt. The Zealots, they do nothing. The Stalkers as well. He has to get the hell out of there. And Clem takes a massive fight. And Classic is down to what? Down to a gateway composition. He lost the prison. He lost the bay. He lost the bay. He didn't notice. Earlier, the double drop did snipe the Robotics Bay, and he never rebuilt it. Never did rebuild. That means no Colossus, no Disruptors. He has nothing. He has nothing here. Ay, not like this. He never noticed. And by the time this finishes, I mean, it's gonna be too late. Clem, he's maxed. He's maxed out. Oh no. Ghost's gonna be going down. He's stimming in. 0 splash damage. He breaks through the defensive line. There's just nothing left to defend. The Immortals, they go down instantly. And so will the base. So will the expansion. Again, the double drop from earlier, from a couple of minutes ago. He sniped the base, sniped the tech. Never got rebuilt. Oh, it took a long time for Classic to notice, I should say. Now we have Disruptors on the way, but it's too little too late. Hi. Never goes off. A good connection. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. GG gets caught, and Clem, he will take the series 3-0. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, a critical moment here where Clem was able to drop across the map into the natural where he sniped the bay. It took a very long time for Classic to notice and for Classic to start rebuilding. Because that's why there was a big period in time where the Classic could not actually make any more Colossus or Disruptors, as he had no bay, as he hadn't noticed that he got sniped. And that was the game-winning move. In a sense, I mean, you could argue that the game-winning move was Classic getting cornered. True. I mean, that was also brutal for him to be cornered in the top right-hand corner of the map and for him to be overwhelmed. But he couldn't really survive any kind of counterattack, as he could not rebuild any Colossus or Disruptors. And with that, GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will take the 3-0, will advance on into the grand finals, and the question becomes, who will face him in those finals? Who's it going to be? As I'll be honest, that was a fast best of 5. that was a quick one. Let's go. As we switch things over and catch up on the bracket, you can see here before you already Clem. Clem, he is in the grand finals. He just took down Classic in the upper bracket. And now we have to find out who will face off against him. We still have 5 more players. We have 5 players in lower bracket. We have herO, we have Cure, we have Rogue, and Xian alongside Classic. Now Classic, he has some time. He has some time to himself. He can take a break. He can get some rest while he waits for his opponent. Up next, Xian versus Rogue. We're going to be taking a break from the PvTs and embracing a PvZ instead. Oh boy. So Rogue versus Xian coming up next. Again, Rogue, he's the final Zerg player in the tournament. Rogue and Shin, they both went down to herO and Classic respectively in the upper bracket. And because of how this event was seeded, Crank, they had to face off against each other in the low bracket round 1. Shin was one of the first players to be eliminated in the tournament, and as a result, Rogue is the Zerg player that remains standing, and we'll see if he can represent that Zerg flag at least a little bit longer here in the event. We'll see if he can. He does have a very terrifying opponent, is what I will say. Xian has been a beast as of late. Xian, he's been improving so much. He only just came back from the military at the end of November. It hasn't been that long. It's been a couple of months. Despite that, Xian has been getting some big wins here against players like Clem, against players like Shin, Dark, Solar, Gumiho, Byun as well. Like, Xian has been looking insane as of late. And we'll see if he can show that off here in this tournament as well. We know he has it in him. We'll see if he can bring it forth to Rogue. Here we go. We're jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on El Dorado. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself, the ex-military Protoss player. It is Xian. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg from South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Just catching up with the chats. Someone is asking live. The cast is live, but these events happened 2 days ago. So this is a replay cast of a tournament that did occur 2 days ago. As a reminder, the event was live casted in Korean on the Chijik platform. We are replay casting it, as you cannot live cast it on Twitch. Cannot be live cast on Twitch or YouTube, so this is a replay cast instead. We used to provide a live cast over on Chijik as well, but we didn't really get much viewership. Like a lot of people just didn't really tune in. So in the end, we decided, you know what? Like, sure, we're like the official English casters and we get to cast it live, but does it really matter if no one's watching? So we did forego that, and instead we now cast a day later via replays instead. I say a day later. Usually it's a couple of hours later. Yesterday it was a couple of hours later, but this is a 2-day event. 2-day event. So we casted yesterday and now today as well. So 2-day events, back-to-back OlimoLeague finals. Oh, the game's going to be casted today. We casted half yesterday, and the remainder of the tournament is casted today. Yes, the remainder is casted today. So we'll be crowning our champion tonight. We'll get there. Everyone cries about Raptors and Colossus, but without them, Tusk gets swapped. I mean, the problem there was, I mean, the other alternative is, of course, Storm or something like that. But Classic, he was heavily reliant on his splash damage in that last game. But again, like, he just wasn't aware that his tech was sniped, and he actually couldn't rebuild and couldn't remake. And we saw the extreme of that, where he was kind of like caught with his pants down. I don't know if you noticed, but he wasn't just remaking the Bay, he was actually throwing down the Temple Archives as well. Like, he was desperate to get any kind of splash damage. He just had nothing available to him. It was a brutal position to be in. I'm sure we've all been there before, where you're like, why can't I make any more like Hydras? It's like, oh, the Hydra didn't got sniped. Like something like that. It happens. Behind this, though, we're settling into our fresh best of 3. It is going to be a best of 3 Stargate opener out of Xian, standard opener so far, likewise Hatchcast pool out of Rogue. Now, we spoke about this previously when we covered Rogue versus herO in the previous, yesterday. In the previous round, we did cover and we did talk about how Rogue has certain tendencies in this matchup. Rogue very much so is a little bit one note in ZVP, where often he plays towards the mid to late game. His win condition is to survive and get into Hydras and get into Lurker tech. Like to rush into Lurkers, and that's where herO can really thrive. We'll see if he can get there though, on a map like El Dorado, as we open up Stargate, not into Oracle, into Void Ray. Let's go. Void Rays are on the way. So this is going to be a Void Ray opener. The goal here is to hunt down Overlords to deny vision, deny scouting, and it is not uncommon to open up Void Ray into a Fleet Beacon, into a Tempest Rush. That is going to be a possibility. Otherwise, this could just be Void Ray into a third base, into a standard game. It could be Void Ray into fast Twilight Council, into Glaives. There are possibilities here. The important thing, though, is, of course, Rogue is going to be unaware. Could be a standard game, could be a cheese. Rogue wouldn't know. Or at least it's going to be more difficult to find out and to determine. As Zan is looking for those Overlords. Back at home, Rogue just droning up, saturating his bases, getting his own third up and running. So far, nothing crazy from our Zerg side of things. We go. As the Oracle does zoom across the map, Void Ray still hunting down the Overlords. Does miss the main Overlord though. Somehow, someway, Rogue, he threads the needle. He gets past. The Void Ray does miss it, and with that, Rogue, he will get a scout of the main. And that is going to be a faster Twilight Council. Interesting. Oracle dips in. Going to be forced back. It's going to be Twilight Council into a bit of a later forge. This could be charge and +1. Otherwise, could just be a standard +1 and blink opener. We'll keep an eye on Zan to see how he does follow this up. As he will catch his first Overlord. Second is going to go down as well. Supply blocking Rogue. That's going to be 7 Overlords in production. Aye, that's a lot of Overlords. A big response there from Rogue. We do have our standard follow-up, +1 and blink. And Zan is settling into his third base. So standard game so far. Stargate into +1 blink into a third. Likewise, Rogue joining up his own third base, getting him to a fourth. He's taking his gases. Lair is on the way. To have that Evo Chamber, safety Roach Warren. I would imagine +1 range, not melee, is going to be in production here for Rogue, but we'll keep an eye on that Evo Chamber. And as we mentioned before, Rogue, he typically does play towards the mid to late game. He typically does like to rush into Lurkers more than anything. And there it is, Hydra. So it should be Hydras into Lurkers. Like, that's just Rogue's bread and butter here. He's not really one to commit too hard into like Lingbane Hydra or Roach, or Lingbane Roach Ravager. Yep, range upgrade here to just hyperfixate on bolstering those Lurkers. And Rogue, he should be more defensive overall here, getting to our game. Meanwhile, Zan just chilling. He's on patrol, making sure there's no shenanigans. Rogue, he does sneak out with a handful of Lings, which is spotted by the probe. Yeah, Zan is aware. Zan in position. Shouldn't be a surprise. Straight infestation bit here from Rogue, so this should be leading straight into the hive, straight into Lurkers. Again, like, rushing into Lurkers is what Rogue does best. Every time. Meanwhile, gases are they're being taken. No full saturation. No checking the gateway count. We're up to 6, soon to be 7 gates. Proxy across the map. Zan, he's being more assertive here. I do like this out of Zan, and we'll see if he can try to break Rogue before Lurkers. As here comes that Lurker Den, has been thrown down. There is a window here where Rogue can be punished. Zan is going to attempt to. Rotating over. Now, this is not an all-in out of Zan, because he is saturating those gas geysers. He did cut gateways at 7 instead of 8. And it's taking up into +2, into charge, and a robo. So this is committed, don't get me wrong. This has to get damage, but not all in. Shaving off Lings. Wings, dancing here with the Hydras. Rogue does go for a big counterattack. Zan is aware. And he might be forced to recall. Getting a free queen, not bad. Stalkers are in position back at home. Again, Zan, he did have the foresight to get ready. To see the army coming ahead of time. Lings, they attempt to surround. And they get one, they get two. They get to three. Three Stalkers. Very nice trade. Takes down three Stalkers. Hive is now done. Morling Hydra massing up for Rogue. Lurkers have arrived. And again, that is a Rogue's win condition, to rush into Lurkers, to turtle up, to max out, and to snowball out of control. And he's getting there. Now these Stalkers, they've not done well enough. He's been shaving off Lings, but not much more than that. Speaking of once again trading with the Lings. Losing one Stalker. Disruptor's now on the way. Just on the way. Likewise, 5 more Lurkers morphing in. Morphing in. Oh! Once again, poking forward. Gotta be forced back. Oh! Doesn't quite commit in. Again, the lurker count is just building up even higher. It's up to 11 lurkers. And going for a mass Dune drop as well. Drop towards the main. Zan getting away with his own drop as well. Nice snipe on the queen. Like, these have been nice little pickoffs here and there. Looking at the unit slots tab here, it's been 71 Lings for 6 Stalkers. Like, these are efficient trades from Zan, but not the most meaningful trades is the problem. You can kill, like, what, 200 Lings, but if the lurk count is solid and stable, then, I mean... There we go, one lurker goes down, Prism into the main. Going for a warp in. This also means warp ins are going to be on cooldown, and here comes a Dune drop as well. Do we force a recall? Yeah, there it is. There's that recall back home. Likewise, Prism is deflected. Rogue defends, so does Zan. But this will benefit Rogue. As he gets one. Gets one disruptor, gets two. Two disruptors do fall. Here comes the main army. Lurkers, they break out, they break free. And again, this is Rogue in a ZVP. Just rushing into Lurkers, turtling up, defending, and then he can break out when he maxes. Last down, he just wasn't able to punish him. Now going for solid run-bys. Going for warp into the natural. Zelsa getting some damage out of shoot, but what about the Lurkers? Are they being dealt with? Oh, not bad. 3 Lurkers going down. Nice connections. Did lose the disruptor. Zani's trying to hold on. Zelsa still wreaking havoc, catching out more queens. Likewise, 12 drones going down as well. Yeah, shaky defense here from Rogue. They don't quite connect. One disruptor goes down. Lurkers, they just keep pushing in. Zani's up against the wall. He's close though. Close to breaking out. Up. Catches the Void Ray, shuts down the proxy. Never takes down one lurker. And another. And another. Three lurkers going down, but miscontrol. Miscontrol as he pushes in, and the concave is brutal. GG gets called. Zan's army evaporates, and Rogue, he will take game number 1. GG. GG will play. Rogue does take lead in the series. And again, this is kind of the game that I was alluding to, the game that we expect out of Rogue. This is what he does thrive on. Every single ZVP is to rush into and survive into lurker tech, then turtle up, defend, max out, and then snowball out of control. Now, this can be abused. I mentioned at the time when it came to Zan's build, he went for a 7-gate. He went for a 7-gate setup but he was teching and taking gases and probing as well. It was aggressive, but it wasn't committed. It wasn't an all-in. So because of that, it felt like a half measure or a very middle of the road kind of build there for Zaun. Not quite too aggressive, but likewise not quite too economic or greedy. So because of that, that's kind of the area where rogue can really thrive and where rogue can take advantage of you. And last, he was able to defend with the bare minimum, got away with it. GG. GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead, and now we're getting to game number 2. And we'll see if Zaun can come up with a better response to the style. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Zaun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Here we go. So now we are moving out. We'll be fanning out our Overlords, looking to take our natural. As a reminder, last game, Zaun did open up Stargate first into Void Ray, and he was able to gain map control. Yes, he was, but if you recall, his follow-up build just left much to be desired here for us, and we'll see if he does mix it up. I don't expect to see the same build 2 games in a row, not from Zaun. I expect it from Rogue, but I expect something quite different here this time from the Protoss. We shall see. As Rogue is going hatch gas pull, standard opener. And Zaun does confirm. Now, typically when we see players kind of overwhelm and pull Rogue apart is one of the two extremes, right? It's either hyper extreme aggression, going for like an Arax 3-base all-in, or going for Glaive Adepts or Leon, doing something more assertive to pull Rogue apart. That can be very successful. Likewise, the flip side is to be hyper greedy yourself. As Rogue is trying to rush into Lurkers, what do? Instead, you rush into Sky Toss. Likewise, both those styles has worked wonders against Rogue. But again, Rogue, he thrives like if your opponent is going to be going for something more standard, something a little bit more laid back, something more middle of the road is what Rogue does ideally want to play against. Once again, Stargate opener out of Zaun. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he does open up with that Void Ray for a second time, or if he does go for something more standard like an Oracle. So our eyes are on Zaun. Third base being taken from the side of the Zerg. Adepts are on the way. And Zaun, he will at least confirm that there is an expansion. Does confirm. Just dotting his I's, crossing his T's. Doesn't want to get cheesed out. I mean, considering as well that this is a best of 3 and we're here in the lower brackets, this is an elimination match. Loser will be eliminated. The pressure is on. Meanwhile, there it is. It's going to be an Oracle first, not a Void Ray. Something more standard out of Zaun. I'm not hiding any tech. Not this time. Or not threatening to hide any tech, I should say. Ooh, okay, so it's going to be Oracle first, true, followed by a Void Ray second. So a bit of a later Void Ray opener here out of Zaun. Interesting. The goal here is going to be similar, to hunt down the Overlords and to deny vision. We can see here we have one Overlord towards the left-hand side, in the corner of the map. And that is a much faster Twilight. Let's go. Much faster Twilight Council. That's Twilight Council before the third base. Hyper aggression here out of Zaun. This should be for something like Glaive Adepts, but we'll keep an eye on him. Oh, as things they do threaten to dive. But so far, Zaun, he's in position. Void Ray is revealed. Third base is going to be on the way. And show us what you got. Now, I'm assuming it's going to be something like Labor Depths because there is no Robo. There's no Robo. There's no other form of tech alongside this. Oh, my apologies. It's going to be Charge. Okay. We're going for an all-in. The goal here is to catch Rogue with his pants down and go with a massive wave of charge lots. We'll see if Rogue can get a read what's going on. For now, he's going to plus on melee. Now, plus on melee tells us that most likely Rogue, he does have a safety Roach Warren, but most likely he's going to skip Roach production. Like, he's going to be skipping Roach production just like last game. As a reminder, last game we had a Roach Warren, but no Roaches were made because Rogue didn't need to make Roaches. Remember, he was rushing into Hydras and into Lurkers. That was the end goal. Ooh, the Baneliness is going to be a problem, though. Say, Roach Warren is cancelled, Baneliness on the way. And reactively, because he already has some Lings, if he can morph in some Banelings in time, then he can shut down these charge lots. He can, in a sense, bring the Banelings online a little bit faster than the Roaches if he has Lings ready. Rogi perks in, bleeds out one Ling. 12 more in production. 20 more in production. Oh boy, he's gonna commit. Yeah, 24 Lings. He's going for his own Bane bust. And we can see Zan is trying to bank up and hide those Zealots. Taking it to Archons as well. But Rogue, again, he's going to be the aggressor himself. Here come the Banelings. Oh, okay, back at home. Never mind. They're morphing in back at home. Spine Crawlers on the way. Here comes the army. I don't know if Zan has enough, though. Charge is revealed. Lings, they hit the natural. Likewise, Lings, they're going for the third as well. Base goes down. Is that a kill? That was a kill, not a cancel. Not bad. That was a kill, but here come those Banelings. They're waddling in. Zanny has to pull away. Let's get the hell out of here. But he's going to be locked down. Nice last second split. Avoid some of the splash damage. But the Zealots are going to be cleaned up. And from here, Rogue is droning. From here, Rogue, he's droning, has to retake the base. At least he lost the fourth, true. At least the fourth base went down. But I'm sure Zan wanted a little bit more than that. Rotates to the backup fourth. Trying to trade. I mean, he's trading as efficiently as he can. Despite that, still bleeding out those Zealots. Still bleeds out those Zealots, and with that, Rogue, he has gained map control, he's droning. That here comes the Hydra. We spoke earlier that typically Rogue's end goal here is to rush into Lurker tech, and he's almost there. He's getting there. Now, he should be making defensive Hydras, considering that we have quite a hefty army to work with, and Storm is almost done. Trying to skip Hydra production going to a Hive, it feels very greedy here, and Rogue shouldn't be able to get away with that. But now Rogue making purely Ling Bane and droning. No Hydras yet. There we go. 4 Hydras down the way. Hydras are in production. Once again going for that northern base. Rogue gets across the map, forces the warp in. Forces the Archons. Bad. Archons, they get forced out. One Archon goes down. Plus 1 melee Lings. They're cracked. Jesus. Across the map, Rogue, he also defends. He forces back the Zealots, forces back the Archons. Building up more Hydras. And getting more secure over time. Now Zan, he's keeping up with the Ling run bys, but here we go, Rogue, he's massing up with Ling Bane Hydra. He's going to be pushing. He is not taking up into Hive, not this time. He's committing here with Ling Bane instead. And Hydras, of course. He's building up his army. On the one hand, he doesn't want to just be toppled over by a push. But he's turning this defense into aggression, into offense. He's moving out. And we'll see if Zan can hold. Now he does have Storm. He has 4 High Templar, each with at least 1. So he at least has 4 Storms available. They can do well. Does try to commit in. Bane's being targeted down, and no Storms yet, so there's a burst. And they shuts down the Banes. Most of the Banes get cleaned up. Rogue going to be forced back. Fleet Beacons on the way. I'm loving this transition to Sky Tools from Town. And now we see Rogue going for the Infestation Pits. This is late. It's late for Rogue. Remember, he could have thrown this down earlier, but he chose not to. He chose to try to be aggressive with League Main Hydra, and clearly did not work out. He failed to break the base. He failed to trade well against the army. And now he's trying to pivot away into Lurkers, but now he's vulnerable. Now he's exposed. And here comes Down. Down doesn't quite commit. Pulls away. Down rotating. I do think Down has potential to break this location, but he doesn't risk it. Pulls back. Pulls back instead. I still think he could have tried to have gone for this base. Regardless, Fleet Beacon's done. Mothership's on the way. Down is maxed. Rogue down with 30 supply. Rogue is vulnerable. Down is not going for it. Now he retreats, going to be more defensive. Baleen drop towards the natural. No cannons, no shield batteries in position. They're coming from behind, they're buying time. Now he sees Down throwing down 2 Stargates, the Forge. Does reaction time to the Banelings. But right now what's happening here, I would say, is better for Rogue. As Rogue is just given time to stabilize. Up. Rogue is just being given more time. Banelings, they crash in, they get 5 probes. Now, what has Rogue done with that time? Well, he has been taking up. He's going for a Spire. Now, a Greater Spire is morphing in. Rogue is skipping Lurkers. He's skipping Lurker tech, going straight into Broodlords instead, which means he's vulnerable. Just like before, he is vulnerable here to this push, as he's heavily reliant here on purely Ling Bane Hydra. A lot of Banelings are morphing in. That's 35 Banelings! But Down, he does need a trade, just so he can actually warp in and reinforce. They're coming from behind. Oh no! The Bane's crashing. They shut down the High Templar. No more Storms. Down, he overextends. And he has to get out of here. Hydra's have a bit of concave. They take down the Archons, take down the Immortals. Down, he overextends, losing almost everything here. But the Zealots are popping off. They have an army here towards the left, army towards the right in the main. Greater Spire is going to be going down. And even though he's down, even though he lost his main army, the Harass has been popping off. Takes down the Greater spire. GG gets called, and Zound, he will tie the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Rogue, he himself was overly aggressive this game. If you remember, he did decide not to tech. He decided to delay his own Lurker Den, his own Infestation Pit. He was hyper aggressive with Ling Bane Hydra. It was unsuccessful, and I was concerned that Zound was waiting too long. That he was just giving his opponent too much time, but alas, he was able to still overwhelm, still make use of that greater army and the greater position he was in. Again, the main fight was lackluster, but didn't matter. Didn't matter in the end. There was Zealots in the main, Zealots at the 4th base as well. Zealots everywhere. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. As we are loading into the final game, we're going to be loading into Frostline. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing that ace match. It is Zeon. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing Team Falcons, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Rogue. Here we go. As Rogue, he is going to try to bounce back, and this is Rogue's map of choice. As a reminder, loser's pick. It is loser's pick, and Rogue, he has gone for an interesting map. Now, we speak about Frostline all the time, so welcome one more to Frostline. Frostline is a large map in the map pool, but very exposed bases. The third base and the fourth base are very difficult to defend. The reason for this is, one, they're very spread out. They're very spread apart. Likewise, there's a very wide ramp coming into the bases, just a lot of angles, or just a really wide angle of attack as well. So it can be difficult to defend. So because of that, I would assume that Rogue wants to be aggressive this game. In saying that, that's not really where his strengths lie. I mean, we saw it in the last two games, right? In game 1, he was able to rush into lurkers and stabilize and snowball out of control with his lurkers. Game 2, he attempted aggression and he failed, and then he tried to transition out of it, but he kind of like fumbled his way in towards that later game state. We saw him try to rush into Broodlords, into the Greater Spire, very unsuccessfully so. So I'm curious what the plan is going to be here. On the one hand, you know, I can see him popping off with like Lingbane Hydra. It can be a little more successful, but again, that's not really what Rogue is known for. So we'll see. We'll see what the plan is. Another option here, which is very viable, is to go into Muta. True. Is to go Ling Roche, then into Spire, then into Mass Muta, for example. Can be quite effective. We'll see. We'll see what Rogue has in store for us. Zeon uses Void Rays frequently. Yes, if you've been watching the channel, if you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings, at least over the past couple of weeks, we've seen a lot of Void Ray heavy play out of Zeon. I'm referring to not just like a Void Ray opener, but a Void Ray opener into like second and third and fourth Void Ray as well. And not even into Sky Toss, but like opening up like 4 Void Ray into like a ground composition instead. So again, I do recommend checking out the VODs if you're interested. If you're interested with some more Zeon gameplay. Got plenty of it here on the channel, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. As Rogue is taking his third, and we have our initial Stargate from Zeon. And once again, a Void Ray opener. We had our Void Ray opener in game 1. We had an Oracle into Void Ray in game 2. The style that I alluded to, going up to like 3 or 4 Void Rays, we have yet to see that here in this series, but it is going to be an option here to Zeon if he does want to revert to it. What I will say though is that that's what it was going for at the start of January. Now we're coming into February, so it's possible that he may be transitioning out of it. It was definitely a lot more stylistic for Zeon, but less standard. It's possible that that style has kind of fallen by the wayside now for Zeon. We'll see. We shall see. As it's just going to be the one Void Ray. Okay, just singular Void Ray. With this, hunting down the Overlords, zoning away the Lings. Rogue is in position. And we'll see where Rogue does take us. As he's establishing his third. Third base is expanding away from each other here. Likewise, ooh, we do have a bit of an earlier Roach Horn here out of Rogue. Interesting. He's still trying to get a read on what's going on. So that's going to be a 4-10 Roach Horn timing. We'll see if it's just for safety. Oracle dips in. Does catch a couple of workers. And if you remember, last game we did see Rogue actually cancel the Roach Horn and go into Banelings. So that is going to be an option available to him here as well, if he does want to skip Roaches. Meanwhile, there it is, a second Void Ray. As we mentioned, Zeon, he has been quite fond of incorporating and investing into additional Void Rays into his standard play. He's doing it again. He is going to be doing it again. Meanwhile, Lings, they try to get a full surround. Not a bad position here. The Adept is going to fall. Yeah, Death does fall. Void Rays are going to be revealed. Getting up to 2. Behind this, working towards charge, and that is another Void Ray. So again, this is kind of like the Zound that we know and love, the more standard Zound build, going into multiple Void Rays into charge. And this can catch Rogue with his pants down here if he's not too familiar with this. If he's not ready. +1 range into Hydras. This is the same build so far that we saw out of Rogue in Game 1. So again, he has a safety Roach Warren just for safety. He doesn't really intend to make Roaches. His goal here is to rush into Hydras, then rush into Lurkers. Into Hive Tech. That's typically what this means. Oh, my apologies though. Roach speed is on the way. Okay. Willing to make Roaches. We'll see if he will. If he doesn't, then Zound could snowball out of control. Remember, Zound, he's just building up more of an army. Extra gateways on the way. Extra charge slots. If it's going to be purely Ling Hydra without any Roach support, then the army's going to be quite fragile. And Zound has potential. Does have potential. And now moving out, shaving off some Lings. Extra Voiders are revealed, and they're forcing that response into all these Hydras. So they're forcing the Hydras out of Rogue. Meanwhile, more Zealots are building up, more Archons as well. So far, we do see that Storm has yet to be researched. And I would have assumed that Zound would have liked to have hit here with a +1 timing, but he chose not to. High Templar revealed. Rogue, he is aware. Roach production has now begun upon seeing the army composition. He knows that he does need Roaches to support. Again, if he didn't have them, he'd be in trouble. There we go. So we have 10 Roaches on the way. 4th base as well. Rogue bringing this all together. His cutting workers at 3 base saturation. He is barely droning this 4th base. And we could see Rogue commit. Now, if you remember, at the start of the game, at the start of Frostline, we spoke about how difficult it is to defend your 3rd and 4th base, and how aggression is favored on this map. And I was concerned that, again, Rogue's typical style doesn't really kind of lend to that. Well, here, he's pushing. He's pushing out with Roach Hydra, with a massive army. And we'll see if Zound can survive this. See if he can survive. Rogue, he rotates. High Templar a bit exposed. Storm was never no, he forgot Storm! No shot. Storm is not done. This High Templar, they're not doing anything. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Zound, he never got Storm. And he's playing like he has it. Like it's not intentional. Oh no. As we're coming in from behind, the High Templar, they do nothing. They can't do anything. Now he knows. Now I realize Storm just now begins. It's too late. It's too little too late here. Rogue is pushing in. He's maxed out. Ay. Force to morph in the Archons. And the base is being broken. Yo, we saw Classic forget to throw down his Bay and forget Colossus production last time. Here we forget Storm. And Zound has nothing. He has nothing to defend. He's going to be broken here and now. Feel Storm, man. GG gets called, and Rogue will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. My heart bleeds a little bit here for Zound. GG, well played, as it wasn't necessarily like, you know, a game where Rogue was able to like overcome and necessarily like outplay Zound. There it was straight up Zound forgot Storm. Straight up, just forgot Storm, didn't have it. He had 4 High Templar full of energy, and he couldn't do anything with it. He couldn't do anything with those High Templar. In a way, I say similar to the Classic game, except for Classic, it was intentional that Clem, he sniped the tech, right? Like, he sniped the Bay. That's why Classic couldn't make anything at the time. Here, a little bit different, as we just straight up forgot Storm, and yeah, with that, there was no zoning storms available. There was nothing to stop the tide of Zerg, and with that, Zound did crumble then and there. GG. GG, well played. As a rogue, he will claim the series. Will knocks down out of the tournament. Well played. GG, well played. Rogue does knock him out of the tournament, and with that, we have one series left here in lower bracket round 2. Up next is going to be a PvT between Cure and herO. Let's go. Let us go. We have our final best of no, I think our final best of 3 potentially of or at least our final series of lower bracket round 2. Here we go. We're jumping into our TVP. Damn, yeah, it happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. No. When you have like 4 High Templar full of NG and 0 storms, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Feels relatable, I should say. But here we go. We're getting to our next game. We're getting into our next fresh series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top, or in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. Here we go. We have our TVP. Interesting setup here by herO. Gonna be setting up here at the natural in a more obscure location. We'll see if anything comes of it. Likewise, Cure opening up as well. And to get into this kind of game state here, Cure, he did knock Creator out of the tournament already. True, did knock out another Korean Protoss player. Likewise, here he got knocked down to the lower bracket by Classic, but now he's here to get his revenge. We'll see if he can. We have Cure setting up double gas open out of Cure, going for a faster factory, going to faster tech. This can lead into early tank drop, it can lead into early cyclones, early banshees. We'll see where Cure does take us. Likewise, herO opening up Zealot first. Interesting. Okay, so again, with this, he's going to be rolling off this cliff face, I believe. Likewise, he can soon rally across the map to try and disrupt the opener. Likewise, does mine through the center. Going to be pylon blocking here, the third as well. herO. Interesting. We're setting up in really interesting ways here, and I'm curious, are we going proxy Stargate? Yo, Cybercore's almost done. Show us the Stargate. Up. I believe we saw herO. We've seen him go proxy Stargate quite often against Terran, specifically against Clem, and yep, there it is. Proxy Stargate here against Cure as well. Looking to rally right into that main. Now, this should be for Oracles. Should be for proxy Oracle to get into the main base, to wreak havoc, to get economic damage. A Zealot will buy time. It does distract the Reaper. True. Will distract. And we'll see if a herO can keep this hidden. And again, just really good use here of the map as well, because, I mean, how can Cure scout this? Like, how can he? He can't. He has no access to this location, no access to this area. So Cure, he has no idea what's going on. And the Adepts will threaten the main. Likewise, Cyclone production has begun. Really safe play here. Void Ray, not Oracle. Okay, that I was not expecting. Proxy Void Ray instead. A crazy move here by herO. Oh my god. What I was gonna get at here is that herO, we saw him go proxy Oracle quite a lot in his series against Clem. I'm referring to his match in, not Little League Cup, but I believe it was in Award TV Monday. Very often did go proxy Oracle. But here we got the Void instead. In the OlimoLeague, I believe, as well. The previous week, OlimoLeague. Reaper gets shut down. Void Ray into the main. There's a Cyclone to defend, and the Cyclone will shut this down completely. Again, the Cyclone with the extended range will shut down the Void Ray. Bunkers on the way. Second Cyclone as well. And things are looking a little bit bleak for herO. This initial cheeky move, it's not really getting the damage he was hoping for, especially considering the Cure, he just blindly opened Cyclone anyway. Lackings in production, all the anti-air. Again, this is not going to be easy here for herO. To get a lock on here. On the adept. D.Va goes down. Yeah, lock-ons are brutal. herO trying to force his way in. But again, he cannot fight this head on. herO, he has to pull away. Behind this, here comes the Oracle. herO going for the gold. Let's go. He's rushing into the gold. So this is why we love herO. Like herO, he's like the polar opposite of MaxFax. MaxFax is a little more like standard, a little more, yeah, just a little more standard in practice when it comes to his play here. But no. herO, he thinks outside the box. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but we appreciate it nonetheless. Proxy Void into Oracle, into the gold. And that will allow herO to recover a little bit better, but herO, he's now on 2 bases. Now gets his natural. His natural's up and running. Now with the gold, because the gases are not applicable here, because you cannot mine the gas, I would imagine it's going to be for charge. Yep, there it is. Charge is on the way. Charge makes the most sense. herO, he might even take the center gold as his 3rd. True, that is also possible. As we are entering a very quirky game state. Alright guys, herO mining through those mineral patches. herO, he still has no real idea as to what's going on. Station goes down. Is where the tank production, of course. Did spot the tank. Q moving out. Down the pylon. Looking to push through the center. herO, can he survive this? Charge is not done yet. We have a 5 gateway explosion finishing up, but again, it's still not done. herO needs a little bit more time. And every second does count, but the base, it's forfeit. And herO's gonna knock it down, and herO, he's in trouble. He's supply blocked. His supply block comes in from behind. Takes out one of the tanks. Takes out one tank, going for the second tank as well. Not bad. The boys are being pulled. I thought he would lose both Void Rays. Yeah, the Void Rays go down. 12 probe kills as well. The Vikings, they land, and herO losing too much. He's being overwhelmed. Not like this, Papi Zealous. They finally have charge, though. True. He has charge. He's holding. herO, he's barely holding on. Forcing back Cure. Which is good, but here he's down to 19. Down to 19 probes. He barely has an economy. He's completely all in. He's trying to get on top of the tank. But the last tank is on the high ground. Bunker's on the way. And herO, he needs to do more. Denies the bunker. Takes down a depot. Gets 1, gets 2. This is okay. But still needs more. Ah. Security is securing himself. Now on 2 bases. Oh. Likewise, boys are being pulled. I mean, this is still a scary moment here for Cure. Forcing friendly fire, trying to force a bit of friendly fire here on the SCVs. Actually targeting the Water Cure. Drops down to low ground. 9 SCVs go down. And here he's slowly catching up here in the economy. We'll bring in more zealots. But really, it's all he can afford. It's all herO can afford. Ah, Liberator has arrived. There's no anti-air. Nothing shoots up. They'll say dive in. They get a full surround. They take down the tank. They force friendly fire, taking down the Vikings as well. But the bunker will finally finish. GG gets called as herO. He runs out of steam, and Cure, he will survive. He will take a lead in the series. Whew, GG. The hell did we just watch? what just happened, Bobby? Oh my god, that was a crazy game. That was crazy. Proxy Void Ray into Gold Base, into Zealot Rush, into... Unfortunately, it just took a little bit too long to really get that underway. Again, the Void Rays did no damage. The Void Rays, they got a handful of SCVs. They didn't really trade as well as they had hoped for, unfortunately, and because of that, the opener did kind of put herO behind. Thankfully, he had the wherewithal to mine through those mineral patches to push when he did, and again, herO, he was seconds away from finishing up charge. He did need extra time for extra warp-ins. Remember, when herO pushed out, it wasn't just that charge wasn't done, 5 gateways were still in production. Like there were what, like 1 or 2 gates that were actually powered to reinforce. Like there wasn't really anything to defend. herO needed a little bit more time there, time that he was not provided. GG well played. Cure is 1 game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Let us go. Unamas. 1 more game is all that Cure needs, and we're loading into Frostline. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is herO. Here we go, and Cure, it's time for him to pop off. We have the Cure special. We have 1 ranks on the way. For now, just the 1. If we had a second Rax and a single gas back at home, that I would assume would be Proxy Marauder. We can still go Proxy Marauder with a second Rax at home as a part of the wall. We'll see how Cure does piece this all together as, oh, never mind, it's going to be a second gas geyser here already. Regardless, an aggressive start here by our Terran. It's going to be an aggressive start. herO dips in. He does confirm the Rax is missing. But it is not uncommon in this matchup to hide the Rax at the natural, at the 3rd base, at the 4th base, even further back in the main. You can see here, yep, he's checking further back. He's looking for the Rax. Making sure that nothing weird is going on. Well, that is not being faked out. As we mentioned, with 2 gas guys, there's going to be Proxy Reaper into a bunker in the natural. We'll see if the bunker gets started. You were chasing down that SCV. Is on the chase. And Cure, he transitions. So again, it's not a committed proxy, it's not an all-in. Just Reapers to wreak havoc. No bunker either, as the SCV was chased. And Cure dips in. So far, so good. Chipping away here at the workers, denying mining time, but no major kills, no major losses. Here he pulls away in time. 1 probe goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. Can he get 3? Oh, not quite. 2 probes, not bad. And the Reaper will escape. So a very strong start here for Cure. Killing 2 workers, pulling out. Rax floating back home. From here, we get into a longer game state. The Reaper does dip back in. Does pull in, threatens the natural, confirms what's going on. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council on the main base for herO, most likely working towards Blink. Also, we saw herO being a little bit experimental in game 1, but here in game 2, we should just be seeing Blink into 3 gateways, into a 3rd base. We'll see if herO does deviate, and if he throws down extra, or even cuts gateways. No steam for the snowball. Yeah, it was a steam-powered snowball pad. Oh my god. It's crazy. Reapers, they dip in, they confirm the tech. They confirm Blink. Ooh, they don't quite get another probe though, so this wasn't as worth it. 1 probe goes down. And the Reapers are cleaned up. Back at home, Cure getting his own 2 soon-to-be 3-1-1 setup. Establishing his natural. Widow Mines are... Jesus, that's a lot of Widow Mines. As Cure is ready for a drop. Will boost across the map. There's that 3rd rack. So just a standard setup here by Cure. is moving out to get some economic damage and to scout his opponent to figure out if there are extra gateways, any earlier tech, maybe earlier gases into a bay before expanding. Here he's looking. So is herO. herO also confirms there's no like 3 racks or earlier 3rd CC. Wouldn't mind say drop in. Oh! Mine shot goes off here on 1 probe. Likewise, second Widow Mine into the main. Well, likewise, it's a nicer mining time. Will on borrow. And should likewise, oh, not even get a probe kill. So far, solid defense here by herO. Another Widow Mine waddles in. Oh my god. Gasito. Almost. Just 2 probes. Just 2 workers. herO, he defends. He does deflect. His shield battery's on the way. Blink as well. 3rd base has yet to be thrown down. How many gateways do we have? We have 1 gateway at the natural, and we have 1 gateway in the main. So 2 gate blink. 2 gate blink into a robo, followed by the bay. Okay, gases then the bay before expanding. So in a way, a little bit safer here by herO. Going to be prioritizing Colossus production before expanding. So it is going to be a delayed 3rd from the side of herO in favor of Colossus. herO rotating into the main. Stim is looking exposed, but there are plenty of Marines. He wants it. He wants those add-ons. Tank is repositioning. He knows how vulnerable those add-ons are. We'll take down the reactor, but not the tech lab. Sure, tempted to go for the reactor again. Tempted. Oh! Does get it. Not bad. Does force a cancel twice. That will delay medevac production. So medevacs are delayed. Photos out across the map. There's a shield battery. Here he rotates. Has eyes on the bunker. Tank is further back. He can actually go for the gas geysers. Can and will. Zero does fall. The gas geyser is going to get picked up. Once again, not bad. herO not losing a single stalker. And back at home, he's establishing his own Colossus. Now, this is good damage out of herO, but as a reminder, herO, he did kind of delay his own and hinder his own economy to do this. I'm referring to the Colossus specifically, to tech into that. He's still looking solid himself. 3rd CC's on the way, not going for an all-in. And we'll see it when and where Kira is able to break out. Oh, speaking of, does unsiege. Stim is done. So he does move out of herO. He is taking notice. Will pull away in time. Doesn't lose any stalkers. Not yet. Oh. Likewise, herO, he's just getting a read here on the 3rd CC. On the production. And we'll see if Kira commits across the map. As a reminder, he's expanding. Likewise, still moving out. Ravens into the main. Takes down 2 probes. Likewise, Curie scans, sees 2 Colossus. Ideally would want to avoid them. Pulls away. Observer does confirm. Uh-oh. And herO, if he can punish this retreat, if he can punish these tanks, he wants them. He wants the tanks, Pappy. Up. Last stop siege. Zealots, they get punished instead. Here, setting up a flank. Tanks, they do lag behind. Uh-oh. He wants them. He wants the tanks. I'll pick up. Curie does pick up, does save them, gets the hell out of there. Will pull away. And they get home safe and sound. Whew. Okay, they do make it home. Tanks are set. Massive volleys going up. Curie landing his 3rd. Here so far is keeping up. Is keeping up. Tank Boy is about to go up. Here trying to force his way in. Swipe away the expansion. Tanks are repositioning. So yeah, just really slow methodical play here from Cure. Orders, they do stay in. He wants the Colossus. He gets one. And one Colossus goes down. Here overextends. Has to pull away. And Cure, he wants that second Colossus. He's going to get it as well. As Vikings, they are popping up. And despite that, does barely pull away in time. Cure does still fall. One Colossus remains. And here he overextended. He did overextend here. This was not the fight he was looking for. Leads out to Colossi. Nova goes up. Decent connection. Oh god, what a massive Dorito cannon does connect as well. And here he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Here he's stimming in. Doesn't quite get it. Pulling back, and Cure, he's up 40 supply. The Disruptor will help. Cure, trying to respond. Rotate. Here is in position. Again, he's got that one Nova. Doesn't want to waste it. Here is still barely holding on. Getting a fourth base. Hoping to catch out the army. Both players are. Yep. There he goes up. Up! Massive connection! And Kuro not quite paying attention. Massive connection here, and Kira, he will clean this up. She will shut this down completely. The tanks, the fire. One misstep is sometimes all it takes. And Hero, he's back in the driver's seat. He's back in. Whew. And things were looking bleak like 2 minutes ago. Like when Hero lost those two Colossus when he was on the run, things were not looking good for Hero. But now he's got his fourth base fully saturated, a fifth base on the way. Does pin back the main army, and now he's pushing. And Kira's in trouble. Hero even double expanding. That's just a bit much, but okay. Taking 2 bases at once. Moving out. Again, Kira has so much supply just tied up here in the corner of the map. It's not at home to defend. Here, set up for a run by. Set up for that counter attack. Speaking of, dipping in. Doesn't quite get the bunker. As he distracts. Now we're pushing forward. And what's important here is that Hero doesn't have to break the third base. Remember, he has all these other bases here across the map instead. He's just saturating, buying time, getting more upgrades, taking up from here. At this point, he can throw down 2 more rovers to make sure he has production to sustain himself. Still building up. So Wood Mine. Just not breath the Wood Mines. Cure pulling away. Can hear even just taking one of Cure's bases. And Cure, he needs a decisive fight. See if he can pull it up. Nice EMP. There goes up. Doesn't connect. Out of the CC's getting very low. Force to lift. Still taking a lot of hits. Darkon goes down. The CC should fall. It is picked up. And Curie doesn't have the Viking count. Doesn't have the Liberators either. Doesn't really have a way to dive on this army, not yet. Here is still posturing. Thinking about diving, collapsing on the army. And once again, tanks explode, the Vikings go down, and here he does it. He's trying to break through. No disruptors though. No disruptors left over. Still a very tense fight. Very close. Catches out the Archons. One Colossus is going to go down. Can he get the other? Not quite. Doesn't get the second Colossus. Fury bleeds out too much. Plummeting in supply. Once again, trying to stem in. Trying to. Not quite able to, though. And again, here he just has so many bases. Just has the greater economy, and he's remaxing. And Kira's not. And again, Kira, he had some good moments in this game. He was even ahead. But not anymore. Here he just keeps trading. He's on 83 workers. And a very solid economy. Kira's breaking out. Finally takes down the final Colossus, true. This is another one to take its place. Pearson does fall. Nice target firing here out of herO. Takes down all the Vikings, 25 SCVs. And Kira, he's just falling apart at this point. He just cannot maintain himself. Not anymore. herO coming in from behind, surrounding the army, trying to lock him down. And GG gets called. Kira, he just cannot escape this. And herO will tie up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going all the way to game 3. And again, a very close, very tense series here. A very tense game. Where Kira, he had a really strong start. As a reminder, Kira, he was able to catch out the Colossus. He was able to reset the Colossus count and chase down herO's army. Here, he was down, what, 30-40 supply. But herO, he was able to recover. He was able to buy enough time. He double expanded, was able to get away with them. And alas, the move out from Kira was a little bit lackluster. He was lacking a little bit of urgency to dive on the army, to capitalize on his advantage. Did kind of, in the end, herO did recover. And with that, took the game. Was able to take the game, tied the series. Now we're getting into the ace match. Up next, we're loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. It all ends here. It all ends on Whispers as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Kior. Moving out with a very early SCV, not just, okay, just the one. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And here comes the eBay block. And Secure, he's rocking up. And his goal here is to disrupt the opener of his opponent. SSV does skirt around the edge. Ooh, I assumed it was going to be the eBay block. My apologies. It's going to be a proxy max in the natural of herO. Bold move. Now, if you recall in the last game when we had the Proxy Rex Reaper, I had assumed it was going to be Proxy Reaper with a bunker, but Kira, he never got the opportunity to throw down the bunker. This time there should be. This time there should be a bunker here to delay the expansion for as long as possible, or to delay the economy for as long as possible. We'll see. I mean, I should say that like proxies with a bunker are now a lot more, they're less common than they used to be. The reason for this, for those that are unaware, there was a patch a couple of months ago which did actually eliminate the ability to salvage if the bunker is being attacked. So if it's being attacked, then the salvage is reset, and you actually cannot salvage until, you know, that kind of, that damage output is no longer there. As attacks, they do deny the salvage ability. So we'll see if he still goes for it. If he still does go for it. Yep, there it is. Bunkers on the way. And here he scouts. He scouts, he confirms everything. He's fully aware of what's going on. Pylons on the way. And the goal here for herO should just be to get a shield battery. He needs a shield battery on the low ground as quickly as possible. We'll respond here with his Stalker. Likewise across the map. Shout out to Maddox, of course. Maddox is observing for Crank for the Korean stream. Reaper dips in. He gets a probe. There's that shield battery. So far, one probe is good. He's hoping for another. Oh, gets two! Two probes going down. Stronger start here for Cure. He pulls away. And he's going for the shield battery. Trying to focus it down. Last one be able to. Stalker taking a lot of hits. Taking just barely no hull damage. That's herO. He's holding on. Shield battery is done. And with help of the shield battery, you can try to focus on that bunker. The second Stalker has arrived. Dancing with the army. Trying to at least. Here he barely saves the SCV. He has some repairs going on. More Marines on the way. Oh, it's a bit of miscontrol here. The Reaper goes down. Massive pig off, and here he's going to shut this down. He will clean this up. Behind this, he's mining for his natural. The Nexus takes a bit of damage here. Shield damage only. Here he should be able to defend. I say that Marines are going for the mineral line. Hellion dives in. Gets a volley off. Leave one more. Up. Gets one probe. Just the one. One probe goes down. And this is a big investment here by Cure. What did he get? He got 4 probes in total. For how much? For 5 Marines, a bunker, a Hellion, a Reaper, SCV, potentially the Max as well. It was a big investment. And we'll see if Cure can make it worth it. Series setting up on 2 bases. Going for the Robo. I believe, yeah, it is going to be a Robo opener. With this herO, he won't be able to have any kind of Blink Stalker aggression. So Max does go down. So there's no Blink Stalkers for herO, but he will have access to early game Immortal production and an early War Prism as well. Now, early Immortal is typically a very safe way to play this out. Very defensive. herO, I'm sure, just a little bit paranoid about a move out. Ooh, as Cure, he does open up a double tech lab into Ravens into tank production. Building up his tanks back at home. First Immortal has arrived. herO, he pushes. And he can maybe threaten the low ground bunker. Maybe. The tank itself, I'm less certain of. It's going to be close. Cure, he is going to be able to get his second tank out, but it's going to be protecting the main base, not protecting the tank on the low ground. See if Observer spotted. Tank is really going for the tank. He's going to get it as well. The tank is going to fall. For a Stalker, for a Sentry. 2 Stalkers even. Not the cleanest trade here from herO. Bleeds out the Observer. 2 Stalkers essentially for a tank. Likewise, though, if he can keep the tank count low, he can just keep Cure pinned at home. As he's going for a 5-gate explosion. Going for Stim. Up. Doesn't quite get the Cyclone. Cyclone bit to survive. The mineral line's exposed. The tank's too far back. No shot, and here he's going for it. Does warp in. Takes down the gas geyser. We're here tempted to push in towards the main army. Now there's 2 tanks though. And now there's 2 tanks. Still dives in, trying to force friendly fire. When he will. Oh my god, 11 SCVs! No! 15, 16! 16 SCVs go down. That was mainly from these tanks, by the way. The tanks, the friendly fire. Yeah. You can see here 10. 10 workers were killed by Cure. And herO gets a tank. Here, he killed more SCVs than herO did. Ay, ay, ay. herO rallying into the natural. Breaking in once again. 21 workers in total. That's crazy. Here he commits. He's pushing into 2 tanks though, but alas, will be able to force field. Denies the repair. And he will take down one at least. Gets 1 tank trying to go for the other. Force field's working against herO here. They're still pushing it towards that natural as well. Just gaining more value. Massive warp in. Will complete. And Curie just can't keep up. Not anymore. He's just being pulled apart. Cells say charge in. The tank is exposed. Does focus it down. And there's nothing left. There's a handful of Marines. I mean, sure, Curie has Stim. But only 3 Marines left. Down to 2. Down to 1. Oh my god. Boys, they're being pulled again. And despite the shaky start to this series, despite the crazy game 1 that we had, herO, he bounces back. GG gets called, and herO will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the lower bracket, round 3. GG. GG, well played. Hyper aggression out of herO, able to break on through, able to snowball out of control here across the map. Again, he was able to have a really strong defense against the initial proxy, if you remember, where we had lost, what was it, almost 5 Marines, the Reapers, the Hellions for a handful of workers. Just wasn't really as worth it for Cure. Likewise, he was vulnerable to that counterattack, and herO, it was a really interesting build. If you remember, he went for a 5-gate explosion in the aftermath of defending into charge, not into blink. Again, he had no blink stalkers. No blink stalkers, just immortal zealots, massive committed counterattack on 2 bases. herO, he chose not to expand. Instead of getting a 3rd base, he threw down extra gateways. He committed, and he broke Cure. Did break him in the end. GG, well played. With that, herO will eliminate Cure from the tournament, and we are running out of players. We are now running out of players here as 2 more are eliminated, and we have our next series getting ready for us. Oh boy. Here we go. As it is going to be a best of 5. Let us catch up on the brackets, figure out where we are and where we are headed next. Again, from the top, as a reminder, Clem, he has so far gone undefeated. He has so far not dropped a single map, and Clem is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of, for 1 player coming in from the lower brackets, and we still have a ways to go here. So, Cure just got eliminated. Likewise, Zaun just got eliminated as well, and now we have a ZVP between herO and Rogue. Oh boy. herO versus Rogue is going to be coming up next. This is going to be in a best of 5, not a best of 3, so a longer series, a longer format between these 2 players. Likewise, the winner of this series will advance on to face off against Classic. Classic is waiting in that lower bracket finals, and then we have Clem waiting in the grand finals as well. When it comes to the format here, it is going to be, our current series is a best of 5, lower bracket finals is a best of 7. And the grand finals is also a best of 7 as well. Crazy formats. I feel like usually we're used to seeing best of 5s for lower bracket finals, but we have longer matches, longer series. It's going to be crazy. So we have 3 series left tonight. 3 series left to wrap up the tournament. 1 best of 5 and 2 best of 7s. What? Insane. So before we jump into these final 3 matches and these final 4 players, we're going to go on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here as we reach the halfway mark, and when we return, we will be able to crown our champion for the OlimoLeague Winter Finals for the years of 2024 and 2025. Again, 4 players left, 2 Protoss, 1 Zerg, and 1 Terran. Who's going to make it through? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. For now, we'll see you guys after the break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your Marines, tuck in your Tempest, and cuddle your Colossus. We're going to be back soon with Rogue versus herO. See you then. Oh my god. See you then. As a big shout out to Pig Jared. Oh my god, El Chanchito, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast as well. I know you were covering the best games of the week, so hope you had a great time over on your own channel. Welcome one and all. I was about to cut to a break. as we are halfway through the broadcast. For those that are just tuning in, welcome to the OlimoLeague Winter Finals Day number 2. It's a 2-day event. Yesterday we were live with day 1, where we had 8 best of 3s, and now we're here to wrap up with the remainder of the tournament. We have Clem. Clem is waiting in the grand finals. He has so far gone undefeated, untouched. Clem, he was able to take down Cure, Zown, and Classic to make it here to the final. I say untouched, did drop a map, true. Did drop a map to Cure, my apologies. But so far he has not dropped a series. He's waiting in the grand finals for the winner of herO, Rogue, and Classic, as our players are working their way through that lower bracket. Again, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have the remainder of the tournament. We'll have herO versus Rogue. See you guys after the break. See you soon. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OlimoLeague 2024/2025 Winter Finals Day number 2. We are halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up with our first 3 matches of the night. We have already said goodbye to 2 very strong players here in the bracket. Xian has been eliminated. Cure just got eliminated as well. And now we are here to find out who will make it to the lower bracket finals. We have a best of 5 between herO and Rogue. Let's go. And also, once again, a big shout out to Pig for the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a great time, and I hope you're ready for a night of StarCraft. Let's go. We're jumping to game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline. Now, as a reminder, as to the format of the tournament, the first map is predetermined, and then loser's pick. No vetoes. No vetoes are available here. Just loser's pick from here on forward, and we are jumping into game number 1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go again. This is not your typical OlimoLeague. This is a special edition. This is the Winter Finals. Typically, OlimoLeague is a weekly tournament. Every single week, we do cast the OlimoLeague here on a regular basis, and it leads into a monthly finals. But every 3 months, there is a seasonal final event as well. So throughout the course of January, throughout the course of December, I should say, yeah, really just December and January, players were accumulating points. They were accumulating points here up until this moment, up until this Winter Finals, and that is why this has been a 2-day event. A lot of matches, and of course a double elimination bracket means a lot of games were casted, a lot of games, a lot of StarCraft. We had day 1 yesterday, and now we're here to crown our Winter Champion. Oh boy, who's it gonna be? For now, we do have our openers here. It is going to be a hatch into pool, delayed gas from Rogue. Interesting, going for a much later gas geyser. Likewise, herO being as annoying as possible, tasing away at those drones. Shouldn't lose anything though, and will pull away. Just trying to get a read on the timing of those gases. There we go, gas now being taken. Dancing with the workers, pulls away. And back at home, just a gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener out of herO. So far, so good. The only big deviation is that Rogue's gases are later, so later link speed, later tech in general. And herO should be feeling relatively safe back at home. Coming into this, I mean, this is not the first ZVP we've casted tonight. We did feature Rogue versus Xian earlier in a very close series, and I'm going to echo my sentiments from that series as well, that Rogue, his typical style here in ZVP is to go Ling Hydra, is to, if he can, rush into the Infestation Pit, into Hive Tech, into Lurkers. That is his go-to, but I don't think that is as applicable here on Frostline. Frostline is a large map, true, is one of the larger maps in the map pool, but it is also a more aggressive map in the sense that the 3rd and 4th bases are less defendable. They're very isolated from each other, they're very spread out, likewise a lot of angles of attack, and also very wide angles of attack as well, so aggression is typically favored here on Frostline. If you recall, the last time we saw Rogue on this map, Rogue, he went for a maxed out Roach Hydra push. He did stay on Lair Tech, just maxed out on Roach Hydra, and he was able to break Xian. Unfortunately, that was also the game where, if you remember, Xian, he had messed up a little bit and he had Forgotten Storm. I did recommend the VODs, so we've had some great series so far, but yeah, in that game, Xian, he did forget Storm. It was only in the middle of the fight where he had like 4 High Templar full of energy. He went for a Storm. He couldn't use it, and then he started Storm. it was just a really sad moment. Just a really sad moment there, and the game ended before it really got going. But now we can, of course, step into a different kind of ZVP, and it is going to be a Void Ray opener out of herO. Let's go. It is going to be a Void Ray opener. The goal here is to hunt down these Overlords, and to, of course, deny any kind of vision here from Rogue. I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's go. We'll see if our goal is to hide tech or act like we're hiding tech. Again, that's the power of the Void Ray opener, is to deny vision, deny scouting from the Zerg player, and you can use this to intentionally go into something crazy like a fast Twilight Council, into a second Stargate, a fast Fleet Beacon. There's a lot of possibilities, or it could even just be a 3rd base into a standard game. The goal, though, is that the Zerg player doesn't know. So you're able to just shadow yourself in that ambiguity and use that to your advantage. Back at home, link speed still on the way. Rogue droning up, saturating his bases, and it is going to be a very fast Twilight Council here out of herO. So takes his third base into a Twilight Council, into his Forge. I'm curious if herO is planning to go for something more aggressive here, whether it's still going to be +1 and Blink, or if we do divert into +1 and Charge. Keep an eye on herO. Likewise, we do see a faster lair. Interesting. I mean, after Link Speed, rogue he did not pull out of gas. More gases are on the way. Fast lair. This is a 410 lair timing from Rogue, and with this, we could see Rogue skip Roaches and go straight into Ling Hydra. We'll see if he throws down a safety Roach Warren or an Evo Chamber. So we're keeping an eye out for that further tech. Oracle's dipping in. Oh, barely does miss the active tumor. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice going to be +1 and Blink, not Charge. Blink is on the way for herO. Lings, they get across the map, and we have 14 more Lings on the way. Rogue is committing. Takes down the pylon. Ooh, denies one and Death Warping in. Not bad. And again, he's not stopping. And I don't see a Roach Warren, so it looks like it should be Ling Hydra. There is a niche build where you can try to go into Spire from here, into Mutas. I say niche because it typically is unsafe to not have a Roach Warren when taking into Mutas in such a way. Can be quite risky, quite greedy. Oh my god, meanwhile, the lair is done. It's going to be a Ling Queen Nidus all in. Let's go! No Hydras. My apologies, as we did not take a third or fourth gas, guys. There's no extra gases were taken. It is just straight up Ling Queen and Nidus. And so far, herO is in the dark. He does move in with the Oracles. We'll take down some tumors, but the Queens, they will zone away. Lings are across the map. They're on top of the third base. They bust into the mineral line. There's no shield battery. Pros do survive, but what's important here is that this is keeping herO busy and stopping herO from scouting. Tries to poke in. Once again, zoned away. He does see some saturation, but remember, alas, no gases. No gases here at the third base. No further tech either. Nidus into the main base, and the herO, he does have vision. Does he notice? Right now, he's distracted. Lings, they collapse in. So far, herO is holding onto the third base. We'll lose one Stalker. And herO, he does respond. Throwing down shield batteries. Warping in. Nidus will complete. And Rogue, he's going for the kill. He's going for the main. Back up Nidus in between the bases. Lings, they still wreak havoc here at the third. Here he's holding. He's holding onto the third base so far. Likewise, here he's supply blocked. Yeah, he is supply blocked here. He has to pull back. Lings are not getting much done. Queens are slowly gaining ground. But so far, no major losses. Oh, one Oracle does fall. I spoke too soon. He has two more behind this. Void Ray goes down as well, out of range of the shield batteries. Decent stasis. And here he's still pinned against the wall. Queen count's so very high, making 4 queens at a time. That's a lot of queens. They can transfuse. Likewise, shield batteries running out of energy. herO being forced further back. Supply block did hurt so much, but here we go. Does reinforce. Blink is done. He can try to dive in. There's not enough Lings. There's barely any Lings here. Queen's taking a lot of hits. Can he get them? Plus transfuse. One queen goes down. And you can see here, Rogue, he's running out of energy. He's running out of transfuse. He gets 1, 2, 3 queens go down. Goes for the dive. And herO, he holds. He shuts down the all-in. Not enough energy. Not enough transfuse. Lings hit the third. They get a couple of probe kills. Sorry, Lings hit the natural even. 14 probes. Yeah, late reaction out of herO. Good damage by Rogue. But is this enough? 18, geez, 19 even. 22. Oh my god. The Lings, they're popping up. The Queens may have gone down, but Rogue, he's not done. Gets 22 workers. And herO does defend. And he would have been in a phenomenal position if he was up 20 workers right now. He'd be up to, what, 3 base saturation, 66? At least. And now suddenly he's falling behind. His economy here is in shambles, but the army is looking strong. That's what matters here. He has a massive Stalker army. +2 is almost done. And Rogue, what does he have to defend? Heal also the Queens. He's down to 7. I mean, still a decent Queen count here. Oh no! Here extends. 1 Oracle goes down. Massive pickup. Again, Oracles, they provide so much utility here to protect the Stalkers from the Lings around. Speaking of, Lings are coming in. There's only 1 stasis. Stasis goes up. Gets baited prematurely. Rogue, he's holding on. Rogue, so far, he is holding. Buying time for more Lings, +1 melee on the way. Nice, in the main base does force a defensive warp in. Reinforcements are delayed for herO. Trying to push forward. herO coming in for the surround. herO does blink away. But again, he only has the one Oracle. Bleeding out sentries. Bleeding out stalkers. The Hydra den is done. Hydras are amassing. Another Nidus across the map. Still a very tense game state. herO once again trying to surround. He looks down the stalkers. Charge is now done. The stalkers, two of them do get picked off. Nidus does finish. But here he commits. He's pushing in. Yeah, he just doesn't care about the Nidus Worm. He's going for the base. The expansion is exposed. Queen's going down. So they need to engage. Yeah, decent trade here from herO. The boys are being pulled. And that's what the Oracle's for. Here we go. Stage traps on the way. It looks like herO, he has done it. He breaks through the defensive line once again. Takes out all the queens. GG gets called. And herO, he snowballs out of control. He takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. herO does take a lead in the series. Again, first time we did mention how aggression is favored on this map. Going for a Link Queen Nidus all-in wasn't something that I was quite thinking of at the time, but again, no gases were being taken at the natural, so it does make sense. Did go for it, did get up and running. Was a very tense all-in there from herO. He definitely had his own moments, especially when it came to Ling Run by in the natural. If it wasn't for that, it would have been a clean hold and a more one-sided game in favor of herO, but herO, he lost, what was that, 20 plus workers at the natural base, or in between the natural and the third. He lost so many probes that did make the game closer than it otherwise needed to be, but still, herO did overwhelm, and with that, we're getting into game number 2. Whew. Let's go, as it is going to be Rogue's map of choice, as it is loser's pick. And Rogue, he's going for, it shouldn't be much of a surprise, Whispers of Gold. That is, of course, another one of these more aggressive maps. Very small map, one of the smaller maps in the map pool, shortest rush distance by ground as well. Aggression is also favored here on Whispers. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 1-0. But it's a best of 5 pack. We got plenty more games ahead of us. Oh, it's a 12 pool. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, going for a 12 pool, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. The aggression continues here. It is Rogue. And again, this does make sense. We mentioned it coming into the map itself. Whispers of Gold is known for aggression. It has a very short rush distance by ground. Likewise, one of the smaller maps as well. Likewise, there's no ramp coming into the natural. There's no ramps coming into the third or fourth base, so in general can be quite difficult to defend against all-ins. But this kind of all-in specifically here has yet to be confirmed. herO, he pokes in, he denies the expansion. He's looking for the third base or looking for the natural, a natural that does not exist. Rogue is going for the proxy hatch. So 12 pool proxy hatch across the map as well. The goal here should be to disrupt the wall-off of herO. And hero's in trouble here. He has yet to confirm. He's just now going into the main. Just now dips in. And, does poke forward. Lings are on the way. Hatchery is revealed. Now he knows. Now he knows what's going on. He's racing back. Trying to re-wall. And specifically what this hatchery does is it exposes this gateway. This gateway, suddenly there's so much more surface area on the gateway itself. The wall-off is that much more awkward. And here come the Lings. Now, Rogue is not drone pooling. There are 12 pool drone pools. That is a thing that exists in this game, but not here, not this game. Lings are flooding across the map. The first zealot has arrived, second zealot on the way. herO sets up the second pylon, and he has to be very careful here not to be surrounded. He cannot lose this for a zealot. Not too soon. Get a very delicate dance. Hooks in. Gateway's under fire. Up. Oh god, as herO does. Oh no! As herO does pull away in time. One zealot gets pinned down. And this zealot is gonna fall. So decent pick up here from Rogue. But again, hero's just buying time. He's just buying time for the adepts. A couple of workers have arrived. They can throw down spine crawlers. Hatchery is about to finish. Shield batteries are on the way. Oh, and here he doesn't get surrounded. Adept has arrived. Oh, guys, spoke too soon. The zealot is going to be locked down. Yeah, the zealot will fall, but the adepts have arrived. They did their job. They bought enough time here for the adepts. Denying one of the spine crawlers. The other two are out of range. Yeah, they're barely out of range here. Behind this, Forge response. But this might be a little bit too late. Basically, a forge is your typical response because you are limited when it comes to your production. We need cannons. Cannons are ideal, but because the hatchery is already done, you can't throw down any buildings. The creep is denying any cannons here. So cannons are being denied. Rogue, of course, he's completely all in. And again, herO, he didn't realize how committed this was until, I mean, it was under full swing. herO, he is in trouble here. Spikers are getting within range. More creep is spreading. Again, the forge is done, but we can't use it. The forge just isn't being made use of here. So you could argue a bit of a waste. Yeah, the gateway is going to fall, and you can see the Link Flood is getting ready. We're getting ready for the Link Flood. Now, what I really appreciate here is that herO is getting ready a secondary wall. A secondary kind of like fallback location. But it's not ready yet. Lings, they get the surround. Shield batteries, they do support. Yeah, they put in a lot of work. So far, Depth are going to be safe. Sentry on the way. Robo in the main. But the natural is going to be forfeit. Rogue, he's breaking through. So far, herO trading well, going for the first mine. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Clutch Transfuse. Transfuse keeps the spine alive. herO falling back. He does have a force field. If need be, everything is depowered. Thankfully, he has the Immortal. Does have that Immortal. Has to fall back once again. Natural in control here of Rogue. And herO, he has no production. The one production building here is the Robo. And GG gets called. Rogue, he has no faith. He taps out. herO, he protects the main. That's all he had to do. Safe play here out of herO. And herO takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Sure, it's one of those things where Rogue, he was able to break the natural. He had 10 drones. He had 10 drones back at home. He had no economy. And pushing up that ramp, he had no high ground vision either, was something that he could not accomplish. The goal, ideally, would have been to have surrounded herO and to have broken the main army on the low ground. But herO, he was being so careful, so delicate with his control, made sure he avoided the surround. He got away, set up on the high ground. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, just really methodical play there from herO. Does take it, and with that, herO is one game away from winning the series. He's one game away here. Unomas is all he needs. Rogue, he's up against the wall. Once again, it's going to be Rogue's map of choice, and this should not be a surprise. Hey, we've already gone through Frostline, Whispers of Gold. What's next? It's got to be El Dorado. Let's go. Again, Rogue, he's avoiding the larger maps. He's avoiding maps like your Abyssal Reef, your Neon Violet Square, your King's Cove. He's avoiding those larger maps. He wants to try to end it here and now. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, down heavily in this series. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance at forcing the ace match. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And one more game is all he needs. herO scouting across the map. This time, no 12 pool. We're calming things down. This time, there's no 12 pool. But something that El Dorado has that other maps don't is, of course, the gold bases. We have gold bases available here in the center of the map. There are 3 gold bases in total. We can mine through these patches and gain access to this entire location. That is going to be a big factor, but my apologies. Rogue, he does go for the linear third as the unnatural natural. Okay. Rogue, he does expand elsewhere, going to be forced out. And so far, Rogue looking to expand towards the top side instead. Likewise, herO's not the most standard player either. Like, we haven't really had the opportunity to really showcase herO and his aggressive nature too much. Like, herO, he's typically a little more flexible in his play. He's very much so in your face. More aggressive, more so than MaxPax, for example. I mean, a big example of that is the last time we saw herO on this map against Serral here on El Dorado. That was in the finals of Masters Coliseum. We saw herO go for a crazy Glaive build where his proxy was actually here hidden at the gold, and Serral was caught completely off guard. herO, he adapted the hell out of Serral. Of course, that was in a longer game state though. I don't know if we're going to get there, but just to hammer down the point that herO, he is not the most standard player himself. He's just been forced to be defensive. Like, this entire series, like, he's forced to be the more defensive player instead. We haven't really seen that more aggressive side from him yet. Not too much. And this could be his time. This could be his moment. So now here he is going to be forced back. Setting up back at home, just a gate expanded to Cybercore. Likewise, Hatcher gets pulled out of Rogue. Nothing crazy yet. It does pull out of gas, so no early gas income into a fast layer like we saw in game 1 on Frostline into the fast Nidus all in. Not here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of herO. If you recall, did open up Void Ray in game 1. See if we head in the same direction. And of course, I should also emphasize as well that Rogue, he's not just here for himself, he's here for the race that is Zerg, as he is the last Zerg player in the tournament. No. The last one. And did well making it this far, of course. Did very well for himself. But in a tournament with players like Classic, like herO, like Clem as well, it's difficult to really shine. See if he can stop the mirror match. And meanwhile, Double Adept does shade in. Drone's going to be going down. They can, of course, one-shot. 3 drones already. This is getting out of hand. Getting up. A 4th drone towards the end. Does shade away. And a very strong start for herO. As Rogue, he had cut a Ling production. Just now investing into those 10 Lings. Just now trying to gain map control. Back at home, of course, an Oracle opener out of herO. Not Void Ray. Did open Oracle. And here he's looking safe. He's looking secure. Lings, they do catch one of the Adepts. They try to at least. Oh my god! Oof. Take one Adept goes down. Gets a decent surround. Gets a second, and soon to be a 3rd Adept as well. Yeah, nice trades here by Rogue. Oracle dips in. Spores in position. So far, so good. Rogue keeps holding. Lings, they threaten to dive into the natural. But they merely only threaten. Oh! Denying some mining time. Warp gate is not done. He's looking for a probe kill. And it looks like he will get up. Not quite one. It barely doesn't get it. Oracle has arrived. Forced to activate. And herO defends. Whew. herO, he does defend. Again, lost mining time more than anything, as he's getting his own 3rd base, also expanding towards the top side. So far, no one has mined through those patches. No one is touching those gold bases. Here we go. I feel like I saw this match before, right bore Pig raided us here. What? Oh, did Pig cast this? Question mark? Did he cast OlimoLeague? Is that what you're insinuating? Things they do slip in. Do slip in. Likewise, Oracle trying to make their way into the main. Trying to break through. Likewise, going to be zoned back. This is the first herO Rogue series, not this one. The best of 3. Oh, I see. That's what we casted yesterday. Yeah. I see. Yeah, true. This is a rematch. Meanwhile, Adepts shade into the main base, getting 4, 5 drones. Oh my god. 5, 6 drones going down. This is getting out of hand once again. 7 drone kills. Rogue, he's that much more committed. And that much more committed here. Getting 7 drones. Ending on Frostline seems similar. If I remember correctly, when it comes to that series, I believe herO went for an 8 gate on Frostline. The first time they played. Could be mistaken though. Did happen yesterday. We cast a lot of StarCraft. Ah. But here we go. herO rotating over. Denying the expansion. Yo, we have drop lords on the way. Rogue is going for the all-in. I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise here, but Rogue basically after losing so many drones throughout the course of this game, he cannot macro out of this. 11 drone kills. Do we commit? As we're getting even more. 3, 4, to 5 drones. And Rogue, he's massing up his army. Waiting for the lair. Wings, they move out. Lair is almost done. Still droning up though. And taking gases. Okay. He's taking his gases, he's droning up. And he's going for drop lords into the main. I assumed it was going to be like the queens alongside them, but no, it is going to be a Ling drop into the main base instead. And we'll see if he can get some damage done as the pressure is on Rogue. Pressure is on so far, unscattered. Oracle's busy in the main. Likewise, herO out of position. Actually, in the middle of moving out. And is there a recall? No energy in the main base. There's no recall available. Rogue going for the drop, and does herO commit to the counterattack? Or does he turn around? He's got to commit at this point. Yeah, probe's going to be falling. Every single worker in the main. 12 probe kills already. And here he's pushing back at home. We have the queens, we have a handful of lings, 24 lings in production. And here he has control of the 4th base, will knock it down. Hatchery's gonna fall, 13 probes falling, but back at home here he should be able to hold on. I say that the lings, they trade well for themselves. they trade quite well, and they're not done. Still wreaking havoc, nice whole bunch of micro in the mineral line. Here he rotates, hooks down one base, now going for another. Going for another expansion, moving in. Stasis goes off, catches a queen. But lings are coming for a surround, they at least attempt to. Yeah, plenty of lings. Here he's getting caught out, he has to get the hell out of here. Nice force fields. But the stalkers are still pinned. Does try to pull away. Leading out a lot of stalkers. That's 6 stalkers going down. 7 stalkers even. But he's able to reinforce. Now he's defended back at home. He can finally push out. He can finally reinforce. And he can keep going. That wasn't a bad fall. That wasn't a bad hold out of Rogue, but still in a lot of danger here. Massing up more Hydras. Hydras are building up. Lings once again, they come in for that surround. And here he doesn't have enough support here. He's getting caught out. And Rogue, he takes the better fight. There's so many stalkers falling. Here, he needs to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Delayed reinforcements. Delayed warpins. Oracles are racing over. We needed them earlier. And Rogue holds. Rogue, he does hold. Shuts down the Oracle. Really holding on. Likewise, here he's trying to reinforce with that proxy. Behind this, he's got how many gates? He's got 8 gates. Just the 1 gas geyser here at the 3rd. He's trying to commit here to an all-in. Emphasis on trying. He's been stumbling his way into the all-in, I should say. It's been a very messy game. As Rogue is going for another Doom drop. So here he's getting his 9th gateway, so it's going to be a 9-gate 3-base all-in. Just mass blink stalker. And here he just warped in, which means his main base is exposed once again. Here just being pulled apart. Main base under fire. Here he has to break through. There's not a little links here to defend. True, Hydras are going down. Here he's trading well. Yeah, he's trading well. Takes down the Lings, picks off the Hydras. Boys are being pulled. Rogue is getting desperate. Oh, we have Ling reinforcements. And Rogue, he's barely holding. Oh my god. He's barely holding on. Back across the map. 14 probe kills. Gateways are depowered. This is slowing down the all-in. True. Getting 14 probes. Takes down the gateways. Delaying warp-ins. herO likewise so desperate to kill Rogue here and now. And he's so close. He's so close to breaking him. It's down in economy. Stalkers are getting incredibly low. again, trying to push in. Trying to get on top of the Hydras. Alas, unable to. Okay, one Hydra going down. Second Hydra falls. And not getting a third, almost a fourth Hydra. And brutal pickups. herO finally trading well. But it looks like Rogue is holding on here. 26 more Lings trickling out. There's another warp in. herO, he's on what? Oh, he does repower. Okay. He repowers the gateways. He's on 8 gates. Does repower. herO gaining that supply lead. And the Hydras are exposed. And this entire time, Rogue has been replacing and replenishing this army with Lings, not with Hydras. So Rogue's army is just getting smaller and smaller over time. He's being broken. Going for another Desperation Ling run by. Oh, the Zealots. Oh my god. I was wondering where they were. Zealots, they're stuck back at home. They break out. We need the Zealots back. herO gets supplied. He supplied with himself. He killed his own pylon. He can't reinforce. But the Zealots are coming. And herO, he knows it. They are on the way. Lings are being shut down, and herO looks like he has done it. No more Lings, even without the Zealots. herO, he can dive on the army, blinks on in. There's what, 5 Hydras left. And now none. GG gets called. herO, he snowballs out of control. The all-in eventually works, and herO, he breaks Rogue and will take the series 3-0. GG. GG, well played. A very, very messy game there. Again, the non-stop Ling drops into the main base were doing quite well for Rogue. He was able to cripple the economy. He was able to depower the production as well, force defensive warp-ins. Meanwhile, herO, he was trying to 3-base all-in the entire time. He was just trying to 3-base all-in, but he couldn't because he had to reinforce at home. His economy was disrupted. His production was disrupted as well. So a very messy game there. Eventually, herO, he regained control of his own main base. More importantly, though, we saw that, unfortunately, Rogue, he was taking some really rough fights. Initially, sure, he was only losing Lings, but he did overextend at times, bleeding out Hydras that he could not afford to replace, and eventually his main army just, was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. It did crumble in the end, and with that, we're done with the Zerg. It's all about Protoss and Terran here as Rogue is eliminated, and herO does advance on to the lower bracket finals. Let's go. Up next is going to be a best of 7 between herO and Classic. And they are fighting to determine which of those 2 players will face off against Clem in the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting ready here for that next series. For that lower bracket finals. So just updating the brackets. Beautiful. Here we go. Oh boy. And yeah, I wasn't expecting a best of 7. I'll be I wasn't expecting a best of 7 here. But yeah, best of 7s back to back. We're jumping in. Unfortunately, no best of 9 in the finals, unfortunately. But we're here for the PvP, for the mirror matchup. Let's go. Again, this is going to be a rematch from the upper bracket matches. herO, he was actually knocked down to the lower bracket by Classic. Actually, I can just show you here, as we can switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. But earlier in the upper bracket round 2, Classic, he 2-0'd herO. Now, what I will say, if you missed out on those matches, I recommend the VODs. We did cast everything yesterday when it comes to the upper bracket matches, and Classic versus herO was a very short series. Is what I will say. Very short, a lot of aggression, a lot of cheese as well. If you recall, how did that series end? It ended with Dark Templar. Ended with DTs. Basically, Classic, he went for a proxy Dark Shrine. He went for a Twilight Council opener, proxy Dark Shrine, warped in a DT. GG. There was zero detection. There was no detection, no Robo, no Stargate, no Forge, no nothing. So it was a very fast best of 3. Very fast series. And I'll be honest, I feel like we didn't really get to experience much of herO in that series as well. It was just hyper aggression from Classic, and he was able to just catch herO off guard time and time again. So a really short best of 3, but now herO has a chance at revenge. He has a chance here to redeem himself in, instead of a best of 3, bam, straight into a best of 7 instead. Let's go. Let us go. So we have the rematch. have that rematch available, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss from South Korea. It is Classic. As he just got knocked down from lower brackets, from the upper bracket, I should say. And meanwhile, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. He's been fighting through that lower brackets, and he's made his way here to the lower bracket finals. Can he keep going to those grand finals? It is herO. We go. Again, the last time these two faced, Classic did bring herO down 2-0, but again, it was a very short series. It was a best of 3 and just hyper-aggression, hyper-cheese. We didn't really get much out of herO in that best of 3, but now he's warmed up. I mean, I say he's warmed up. Is he fatigued? You know, it's also a bit of a stamina issue here as well, a bit of an endurance fight for herO, as he's been forced to work through that lower bracket, had to face off against Cure and Rogue, now against Classic, whereas Classic just had the one series against Clem. So Classic a lot more well rested. Could be a factor. Coming into this, herO moving out, Classic moving in. So far, 2-gate opener out of herO. Classic back at home. I don't see a second gateway. We're going to be greedy here. Gate into Cybercore, into Expand. Classic doing his best Max impression. Again, if you haven't been watching Korean PvP over the past 2 months, ever since the PTR went live, ever since the new patch, then you may not be familiar with this. But in general, the Korean Protosses have now been embracing that quote-unquote Max opener of going for a delayed second gateway, going for a faster Stargate and a faster expansion. This has been a lot more prevalent amongst players like herO, Classic, Trap, Zaun, Nightmare as well. They've all been embracing it, all been mixing it in, and this is going to be ideal for herO as he sets up for a proxy. Let's go. Classic is being greedy, herO being hyper aggressive. The turns have tabled. He's like, mate, you cheesed the hell out of me last time. It's time for me to cheese the hell out of you. Proxy Robo, 1 base all in. 1 base all in out of herO. Classic going to be opening up Stargate into that expansion. Again, if you're familiar with Max's opener, this is the same thing. Going for the Stargate into Void Ray if Classic feels like something is wrong and something is amiss. Now with the Probe Scout, Classic, I'm going to say. With the Probe Scout, Classic, he knows that the pylon is missing. He knows that there is no pylon. He knows that there's a proxy somewhere on the map. Now, is it a real proxy or a fake proxy? Is it a Robo? Is it a Stargate? There's still a lot of possibilities here as to what it could be, so Classic has to slowly determine what is going on, and we'll see if he opens Oracle first. How greedy is he going to be? How safe is he going to be? There it is. Oracle's on the way. So it is going to be Oracle first. The goal here is to scout to get across the map and get some counter damage. Meanwhile, herO is committing to the all-in. And this is where Classic needs Void Rays. He needs as many Void Rays as possible, as quickly as possible. But he doesn't know. He has yet to determine that. Likewise, Classic was scouting towards the south side. Adepts, they threaten another shade. Keeping Classic busy. We should be seeing a Void Ray in production. There we go. Void Ray's on the way. First Void Ray's in production. Shield battery on the low ground. First Immortal has arrived. And herO, his goal here is to break the natural before the Void Ray arrives. Shield battery putting in a lot of work, but there's only just one shield battery and the Immortal is revealed. Now he knows. Now Classic is aware. First Stalker goes down. Classic hits the main. There is a Stalker in position. Stasis up. herO, does he notice? He does. He pulls away in time. Ooh. Does get caught out though. 3 probes get caught. And here he's pushing in, but the Void Ray has arrived, and Classic he's holding. herO being forced back. He's going to be forced back. Second Void Ray's on the way. As the Void Ray count gets higher, it becomes easier and easier here for Classic to hold. He needs more time though. Does need more time. Stalker's moving in. Still just one shield battery. Stalker goes down. Shield battery's out of energy. Void Ray's exposed. Void Ray is exposed. Clutch energy overcharge. Pylon goes down. Depowers everything on the low ground. Shield batteries, they do nothing. But now we have a second Void Ray. Classic holding on. Oh, Clutch Micro. Saves a Stalker. Saves 1, saves 2. And good juggling here by herO. Takes out a Void Ray. There's 1 Void Ray left. It's going to go down as well. Massive pickoff. And Classic has nothing left. GG gets caught. herO, he breaks the defense. He breaks the natural. And herO takes game number 1. Whew, GG. herO does take a lead in the series. Again, a very, very tense game state there. It was a little bit unfortunate that it took a little bit longer for Classic to realize what was going on, to realize that there was an all-in coming. Because of that, that's why the second and third shield battery were delayed. Winding it back, if you remember, there was only ever one shield battery active and powered on the low ground. The other two were much later than normal because it did take Classic a little bit longer to determine what was happening. He didn't realize it was an all-in until the Immortal arrived. When the Immortal arrived, then the realization set in, and then he quickly reacted with shield batteries, but alas, too little too late. They never really impacted the game. If they had finished, then the Void Race would have survived, and maybe a different outcome. Maybe a different outcome there, but alas, those shield batteries, I mean, by the time they finished, they were already depowered. Pylon went down. There was a lot of urgency there on herO, and also I should also give credit to herO for his micro, for his control, saving those Stalkers, preserving them, and being able to, in a way, out-control Classic and break those Void Rays. GG. GG, well played. That's going to lead us here into game number 2. As a reminder, loser's pick. This is Classic's map of choice. And we'll see if Classic can bounce back as we're loading into El Dorado. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. But it's a best of 7, Pappy. We got plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Representing Weibo Gaming, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, representing himself, currently teamless. But alas, coming down from the upper brackets, we'll see if he can replicate his success and take down herO once again. It is Classic. Here we go. Now we're loading into a very different map. Welcome one and all to El Dorado. This is one of the few maps that has a ramp. A ramp coming into natural is a big factor here in PvP. What does that mean? That means low ground expands. That means it is a meta, it is standard and more viable here to open up with a gateway into Cybercore, into Stargate, into expansion. The opener that Classic had gone for in the previous game that is a little bit greedier on a map like Wisps of Gold, or on the map that he had gone for like Ley Lines, it is more standard and more safe on a map like El Dorado. So that is why both players are setting up on the low ground. We have our gateways into Cybercore. Now, if both players go Stargate before expanding, then there's a very high chance that we're going to be embracing Phoenix Wars. This is how Phoenix Wars are kind of born here, because it is very meta to open up Stargate, and if both players open Stargate, then both players have to make Phoenixes. You cannot make an Oracle, otherwise you're just behind. So we'll see if either one cuts any corners. It is possible to throw down the Nexus before the Stargate, but that's why there are probes. The goal of this probe is to pylon block. Oh! Ooh, as that should not have happened. One probe goes down already. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, herO with a small win here. Oh, never mind. They trade out their workers, but this is brutal because that means that Classic has vision here in the natural, and herO does not. And there it is, Nexus before Stargate. Classic does expand, so does herO. Okay, no pylon blocks. No pylon blocks from either player. We both expand, which means, well, there it is, still Stargate. Still Stargate from herO, Stargate from Classic. Now, Classic knows. Remember, Classic, he has the probe. He has the probe in position. Classic, he sees the Stargate. herO, because of his loss, he doesn't see the Stargate. He should still go Phoenix, but there's a chance that he might not, because he might think that maybe Classic is cutting corners. But for the most part, this should be Phoenix Wars. We should be starting, and we should not stop making Phoenixes until the end of the game. Like, we're locked in. We should be locked in at this point. From here, there are certain power spikes that we can hit. We'll get into it once we confirm that we're making Phoenixes. As herO does fully wall off, so the probe is trapped. There it is, Phoenix on the way. Likewise, Phoenix for Classic as well. Okay, so Phoenix Wars have begun. Now, when it comes to these big power spikes here, as gases are being prioritized for herO, that is the timing of the second Stargate. herO, he is very fun, and we have seen herO actually defeat max packs in the same game state with a faster second Stargate, with faster Phoenix production. If you can squeeze out a faster Stargate, then you can overwhelm your opponent. There it is, second Stargate, actually from Classic. Never mind, I was waiting for it from herO, but Classic is the first to throw it down. So again, there is going to be a window in time where Classic has more Phoenixes than his opponent and can overwhelm. And all it takes is being up 1 or 2 Phoenixes, and you can just dominate a fight and then end the game. This is also why Phoenix Wars, and there's a second Stargate for herO. Now, the timing of the Stargates, they actually aren't too far apart from each other. But far enough where there might be a window of opportunity here for Classic. There might be like a small window where he's going to have like a slight advantage. We'll see. But because it doesn't take really much to overwhelm and to take a fight, that's also why a lot of players do avoid Phoenix Wars. It's not the most... it's very unforgiving. Maybe that's the best way of putting it. It's very unforgiving and very cutthroat as well. As in one fight, the game can just end. But there it is. Double Phoenix production here for Classic. herO, his own second Stargate, just now coming online. Defender's advantage can be a big part of this as well, bearing in mind that we could see like a shield battery, for example, one player, and that can be a factor in a more defensive fight. Likewise, the rush distance when it comes to your production also can be a factor as well, as you can reinforce that much faster. Now Classic's moving out. herO setting up a proxy pylon to scout. He does what the Phoenix is. He's aware. Currently the Phoenix count is even. herO's being active. But now here we go. Classic, he does take a Phoenix lead. Classic, he's up one Phoenix. And here he's going to be so careful. Classic actually trying to camp the production. And he will. He catches one Phoenix already. Massive pickup. And hero's in trouble. The hero, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's down two Phoenixes. Probe's going to be falling. Forced to engage. herO, can he take the fights? I don't think he can. Yeah, losing another Phoenix and another. Down to 4. Oof, down to 3. 3 Phoenixes left for herO. Reinforcements, they trickle in, and herO, he's too far behind. At this point, he's too far behind. He's cut off from his reinforcements, cut off from his production, losing another and everything. It's all going to go down. Classic, he will take this game. GG gets called, and Classic ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough position there for herO. Basically, herO, he didn't know that Classic had a Phoenix advantage, so he took a risk by being active on the map. herO, he was out in the open. He got caught out of position. He lost a reinforcing Phoenix. And even if Classic didn't have a Phoenix advantage to begin with, like that was a big moment for Classic, catching that reinforcing Phoenix. And from there, GG. From there, GG, well played. Classic does outposition herO, and we're tied up. We're tied up 1-1. We're headed into game number 3. This is going to be herO's map of choice instead. Let's go. Phoenix Wars is basically like Zergling's ZVZ, but in the air. Not at all. Not at all. Just because when it comes to like Ling Bane ZVZ, Queens are a factor as well, and it is easier to reinforce. And I would say that Baneling connections can be a lot more swingy as well. When it comes to Phoenix Wars, it's I would say a lot more cutthroat, just because one Phoenix advantage can just win you the game. One Ling advantage or 2 Ling advantage doesn't really win you the game there. So not necessarily. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, being forced into a tied series. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss from South Korea, tying up the series 1-1. It is a Classic. I would say there's a little more comeback potential in like Ling Bane ZVZ or even Ling ZVZ. In Phoenix Wars, unfortunately, there isn't. Like once you catch a Phoenix, it's kind of game then and there. That's the big reason why players try to avoid it as much as they can. Just because something that's so, how do I want to put it? Not so little, but yeah, just very quickly the game can be decided from a mistake like that. So very unforgiving. Meanwhile, we do have herO just going for the gate. Oh, he's crazy. My apologies. I was a little bit enthralled by the chat, but for now, gate expand. herO cutting a lot of corners. One of the greediest builds you can go for. I say one of. Pylon into Nexus is something that we have seen from herO before, but a gate expand is very close here. So insane greed out of herO. Classic, he confirms. He does scout this back at home. Classic going for a gate into Cybercore. Classic doesn't have the setup for a 1 base all in. He does throw down the pylon though. He's rallying his Zelda across the map. He can set up a shield battery. True, he can set up a shield battery here on the low ground to try to support. Right now, there's just so much pressure on Classic to get something done. And there it is. There's that shield battery that we did mention. Again, Classic, he has to get some kind of damage here. Behind this Stargate from herO. Stargate from Classic as well? Uh-oh. We've been here before. Kind of. The difference, of course, being that the players haven't scattered each other. More shield batteries on the way. It's going to be a triple shield battery setup here from Classic. Now we'll sustain this Zealot. Likewise, more reinforcements on the way. Rallying Stalkers across the map. And again, Classic's goal here is to break herO. The other managed to get Archons, which are kind of hard to counter. That is only possible if your opponent is passive. There are ways to transition out of Phoenix Wars, but it's very difficult, very difficult. And you can only really do so if your opponent does make mistakes and does leave you alone. Meanwhile, Classic does push in, takes down one of the Adepts. Very nice pickup. Phoenixes are amassing. We have the Void Ray from Classic. Let's go. Reinforcing with Voids. More shield batteries on the way. herO trying to get his own up and running. Does have his own energy overcharge as well. True. Now he's got his second Phoenix. He can lift. He can lift, unfortunately, within range of the shield battery, so the Stalker will be kept alive. Yeah, the shield battery's out of energy. We have a second one finishing up, though. And herO, can he kill one of the Stalkers? Can he kill them? This is peak PvP, by the way. Nothing's dying. Nothing is dying. Oh, no. The shield battery versus shield battery meta. Let's go. Void Ray does right. There we go. First shield battery's under fire. Massive pickup. He gets one. herO's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's going to try to force his way through. Likewise, shield battery's running out of energy here for Classic. The Max Phoenix, can he overwhelm that Void Ray? He can. He can, and he will. Takes down the Void Ray. It took so much to kill one, and the problem is that we have another on the way. We have a second Void Ray rallying across the map. A third Void Ray in production. Classic, he has control of the low ground. He takes down the pylon. Pylon pushing in. herO trying to set up. He has a secondary wall here in the main. I mean, again, it is a one-base wall at a Classic. Here he did pylon bluff. So here he does not have to save that natural. He can give it up. Trying to catch reinforcements. Oh, he spots the Void Ray. He wants it. He wants the Void. Oh, but Classic, he just rushes into the main. He's pushing in. He's pushing through. Boys are being pulled. herO, can he make a stand? Takes down the Void Ray. Gets some of the Stalkers. Here's one Void putting in a lot of work. herO, he's barely holding on. Shuts down 3 of those Stalkers. Pulls back. Ooh, he has no gateways. He has no gateways powered. Ay, ay, ay. He can only make one Void Ray. He can make one Void at a time. That's all he has. Classic, meanwhile, can reinforce. And herO, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Being forced further back. Stalkers are amassing. There's no sentry. There's no force field. Nothing to stop Classic. Warp Gate isn't even done. And Classic, he should have this. As he will take down the final gate of herO. And again, herO, he did ask for this in a sense. herO, he went for one of the greediest openers you can go for. He baited Classic into the all-in, and he did it. He's like, man, okay, let's go. Despite the gate cyber opener, he committed to the all-in. He breaks into the main. Boys are being pulled. Oh my god. Meanwhile, the boys actually do a great job at buffering. True. You're doing a great job so far. Oh, Prismatic Alignment is now on cooldown. Did activate both. Third Void Ray popping out. Here he's getting a robot. If he can buy a little bit more time, he can get an immortal. Now being forced further back. Boys being pulled. Phoenixes are being targeted, but so far the shield batteries are putting in a lot of work. They do save some of those Phoenixes a little bit longer. He buys time. Loses one probe. He holds. Whew. Here he's holding. Repowering the shield batteries, and now Hero has a robot, which means immortal production. He can make an immortal. That's what matters here. Classic is trying to expand. He's trying to transition. He moves out with the Phoenix. There's the expansion. There's the Nexus. Immortal's now on the way for Hero. Classic Luna get further ahead. Hero's now aware. And Hero has to make a choice. Do we try to commit to a counter all-in and break out and commit? Or do we try to expand? And play from behind? I mean, for now, maybe I'm thinking further ahead. I mean, we're still stuck in the main. Here we go. Void Rays are going for a massive counterattack. Going to try and defend with one Immortal and a Phoenix. Immortal trading well. Takes out a Stalker. Boys are being pulled. Oh, the Immortal, it's going to be shut down. Massive catch. Yeah, it's just the boys. Void Rays, they race back. They race back home. They catch out a lot of these Stalkers. Oh my god. A lot of Stalkers do fall. Most of them even. The triple Void Ray, they're popping up. But alas, there's still, what, 5, 6 Stalkers left over. 7 Stalkers even. Here, he cut the Stalker count in half. Impressive. But still lose one of his Void Rays. Immortal breaking through. A couple of boys are being pulled. Hero fighting well with so little. Last Classic, it looks like he should have finally done it here. He finally resets the Skydos army. No Phoenixes, no Void Rays, not anymore. GG gets called. And Classic, he takes the lead in the series 2-1. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Classic, he will take a lead. And with that, Hero, he's up against the wall. Once again, though, we had a really kind of odd opener. As a reminder, Hero, he went Gate Expand. He went for one of the greediest builds you can go for. And of course, Classic, he had to respond with the all-in. A much more unique all-in is what I will say. Setting up all those shield batteries, rallying Void Rays across the map. A very unique all-in, but alas, did overwhelm the natural. Eventually, we saw that Hero, he was just having a really hard time keeping up with his own production, of course. He opened up Phoenix, which was a very interesting response, going for a Phoenix opener. The Phoenixes, they were quite limited in what they could do. They can lift up one unit at a time, of course. But Classic, in the end, he broke the natural, contained his opponent, and was able to just snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. But alas, it's still best of 7. Still best of 7, still plenty more games ahead of us. We're loading into game number 4. We'll see if Hero can bounce back or if Classic extends his lead. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match, and tie things up, I should say. For Weibo Gaming, it is HerO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 2-1. Can he extend it? It is Classic. We go. Now this is going to be HerO's map of choice, loading into one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. We saw HerO go for the greed in the last game. This time I would imagine aggression instead. So my eyes are going to be on HerO to see what he whips out. Do we proxy? Do we commit? Do we not? Let's go. I'll be a little bit surprised if we do see a Gate Cyber expand from either player. I don't really expect that here, Whispers of Gold, but we'll see. As our players are moving out. herO does dip into the main. As we mentioned, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of herO. Classic going for a gate into Cybercore. Bold move. Bold move here. The turns have tabled. Classic is being greedy. Classic, he throws down the Cybercore. Classic is skipping his second gateway for a more economic build instead. And herO does confirm. herO, he confirms. And we'll see how herO does punish this, if at all. So herO pulls back. My eyes are on this initial probe. You see Classic making the initial Zealot. Ideally to make sure that there is no pylon block at the expansion, so Classic can expand. The Zealot has arrived. herO, he doesn't pull away, he doesn't proxy, so he's not going for his own all-in. He's going for a standard opener, going Sentry into Stalker into his own Nexus. So standard play here out of herO. Classic cutting corners, being a little bit greedier instead. Oh, ooh, as he almost gets the expansion. There it is. Nexus is thrown down. So Classic is going to have the greater economy, and the pressure is going to be on herO to try to make up for that. And again, he's not going for an all-in. herO opening up Stargate. This should be for Oracle Harass instead. I know we've been seeing a lot of Void Rays and Phoenixes, but those have been very unique to those circumstances in the previous couple of games. Here should be Oracle. And then, again, the goal is going to be for herO to get some economic damage. Likewise, Stargate from Classic as well. Oh boy. Now, if we hallucinated Scouts, we could actually make the decision to go into a Phoenix. Hallucination's moving out. It is not going to be denied. So far, Classic he holds. And again, Classic, once scouting this initial tech structure, he can try to hard counter herO. Yeah, the Stargate is revealed. Likewise, herO is doing the same. Does confirm the Stargate. herO doesn't flinch. Still making the Oracle. Bold move. And Classic, he responds with the Phoenix. I would say this is very greedy. This is really greedy here by herO. Like, he sees a Stargate, he sees a Phoenix being made. He knows how difficult it's going to be for this Oracle to get damage done. And he will let it finish. Okay. Let's see what he can do. Oracle moves out. Likewise, Devastate Shade into the natural. herO trying to commit. Gets one probe. Gets two even. Up, up. Doesn't quite get three. Gets two probes. Likewise, Classic defends in the main. Oracle dips in. And the Phoenixes, they can respond. They can and they will. Oracle gets one. And from here is just going to be chased down. Does recall. Does save the Oracle, thankfully. Whew. Does save it. Second star. Let's... Second Stargate, let's go. Mass Phoenix. We're going into Phoenix Wars in a bit of a different way. So herO is going Mass Phoenix. Classic, he doesn't know what's going on yet. He's going for his own Robo. This should be for Phoenix into Immortal production. Classic has yet to confirm what's going on. Cheeky move here out of herO. This is so risky, but I mean, it has potential. So far, Classic, he has yet to confirm. And again, Robo Play is not really going to help out Classic when it comes to his Phoenix defense. So this can work wonders for herO. He's hiding this for as long as he can. He has yet to show his hand. Oh, so here he does move out, and Classic, he does miss the move out. He misses the army. Checking the army tab here. We're actually currently even on Phoenixes, but herO soon to overtake with his reinforcements. Classic is the natural, and here he's going for the main. He's going straight for the main base. Phoenixes, they're revealed for the first time. There are some soldiers to defend, but they can be lifted, they can be shut down. There's no shield battery. Yeah, there is no shield battery to defend. I'm loving the hallucinations. Scaring here about. He notices. Yeah, he does notice. He's like, hold up, you're not doing any damage here. Takes down the sentries. And herO, he just came to production. He can and will. Ooh, as he barely does miss the Phoenix. He's going to try and chase it down. Here he was barely out of position. And herO, he should have this here as he basically, he can just overwhelm. He has the higher Phoenix count. There we go, he forces the recall. And looking at the numbers here, herO, he's got 10. Jesus, 10 Phoenixes to 6. The Stalkers, they will help reinforce, of course. As Classic has to warp in as many Stalkers as possible. There's Revelation. herO catching a Phoenix. Massive pickup. Getting almost another. Still a very chaotic game state. herO committing, still making more. Still making more Phoenixes, getting to his own immortal production. We have a vanilla Stalkers to defend, which, yeah, they can't do much. The Phoenix count's gonna be reset. Oh my god, down to 2. 2 Phoenixes remaining. Picking up more probes. And you may be thinking, oh, what about the Stalkers? Are they not going to be a problem? I mean, that's what the Immortals are for. That's why herO, he's focusing on immortal production. He's just building them up. Oh, let's get the hell out of here. Oh, no. Is chased down. Oh, here he does find a Stalker. Picks up a straight Stalker. A couple of probes. Committing here now up to, Jesus, 12 Phoenixes. Up to 12. Classic transitioning into Mass Stalker. Blink is almost done. Oh, I mean, sorry. +1 is almost done. Blink's still halfway. Takes on the final Phoenix. Let's catch the final Phoenix in the end. Now, I wouldn't have been opposed to like a second Robo and double immortal production, but for now it's just going to be singular. Getting a third immortal. From here, we should be working towards charge. Charge +1. Yep, there it is. Charge is on the way. Now, the reason for this is because Charge also do a great job against Stalkers specifically. This is typically why in standard PvP you would get into Charge Ults and then you have to get into Archon production from there, as that is the counter to the Zealot. Or Colossus. Or Disruptor. hero's moving out. This is a bit of a premature move out. So bearing in mind that Charge just started. Like, Charge just began. It's still a ways away. So bold move out of herO. He has no reinforcements either. 3 Immortals and a couple of Zealots. A couple of Slow Lots even. So this is very risky here. herO. We have to be careful to be caught out. Okay, backs off. We have the dive. Yeah, Classic dives in. He gets 1 Immortal. He gets 1. He gets 2. He's going to get all 3. And herO, what are we doing out here? Gonna lose every single Immortal. Again, herO, we had no support. Charge is not done. No reinforcements, losing everything. And suddenly, herO, he does lose a little momentum here. He just threw away 3 Immortals. And that was meant to be the backbone of his army. And now suddenly this Mass Blink Stalker is looking better. It's looking much stronger here. Hey, Pap, we got too excited, Pap. We got too excited. We were ready. And with that Classic, I mean, now he's got momentum on his side, getting to +2. From here, he can go into his own charge, into his own Archon production. The Phoenixes, they're trapped. Force a recall. And we have a game. Like, up until that moment with herO throwing away those Immortals, I would say that herO had the lead. He had an edge. He should have 5 Immortals by now with like mass Zealot reinforcements. We're now down to 2. And herO, he's vulnerable. Getting an Archon. Here comes a massive counterattack out of Classic. He's pushing. Here we go, we're diving in, catching another Immortal. Down to 2. 2 Immortals left. Phoenix is diving in. Zealots are putting in a lot of work. We lift as many Stalkers as we can. Despite that, we go for the dive. The Immortals are exposed. He's going to get one. He's going to get both. Yeah, just barely brings them down. Does he have enough left over? Reinforcements are arriving. But down to 4 Zealots. I mean, there's still a lot of Phoenixes, though, in herO. He's barely lifting up those Stalkers. Another Immortal has arrived. And herO, he's holding. He holds. Whew. Just barely, he does hold on. And imagine this defense with 3 more Immortals. Ay. It would have been crazy. Regardless, herO, he will still hold on. He shuts down the army, cleaning up and picking up every single Stalker. herO, he shuts down the push. Classic does plummet in supply. Behind this herO, he has better saturation, a higher probe count. Was not a clean defense. herO, he lost 6 Immortals throughout the course of this game. Was not clean, but he holds. He does hold, and now Classic, I mean, he was building up towards that push, building up all those Stalkers, and now, I mean, his army now pales in comparison to what he once had. Does not have enough left over. And here comes herO. And here he breaks through that defensive line, takes down the Stalkers. Classic trying to survive, trying to kite back. But again, we spoke about how well these Zealots can trade as they just lead the charge. Catching out Stalker after Stalker. Expensive losses here for herO, for Classic, sorry. Cheap losses for herO as he breaks through. He breaks through, dives into the base. GG gets caught, and herO, he will tie up the series 2-2. We have a back and forth. Let's go. GG, well played. A crazy game where herO did have a massive lead, a massive advantage with his mass Phoenixes. He was containing his opponent. He was building up his Immortals. And then herO, he was a bit premature. He got too excited. He moved out early on with 3 Immortals. He threw them away. Suddenly, things were looking better for Classic. But in that final fight, herO, he was barely able to come out on top. Again, it was a bit of a messy fight and a messy engage, but did go the way of herO nonetheless. And with that, GG, we're tied up 2-2. We're making our way into game number 5. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Game 5, it is going to be Classic's map of choice. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. Loading into Ultra Love. Make Phoenixes, you have the excess minerals. Anyway, the purpose of going into Immortal is because that is the counter, the ideal counter against the Stalkers. You don't want to go into your own Blink Stalkers because you are perpetually going to be behind in the Stalker count and behind in Blink and behind in upgrades, so you make up for that with Immortals. That is why that would be the kind of tech path here to help support and help supplement your Phoenixes, as is typically the case if you're behind when it comes to Blink. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting to our next... we're looking to find out who will take a lead in the series here, as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, tying up the series. Can he take a lead? It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, also from South Korea, being forced into a tied series. It is Classic. Can he bring it back? Let's go. As once again, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Similarly to El Dorado, we have a ramp. We have a ramp coming into the natural. What does this mean? This means gate into Cybercore into Nexus. This means economic openers are the go-to. They are the standard, which means we could be seeing pylon blocks to delay the expansion, and we could be seeing Stargates into Phoenix Wars once again. We saw Phoenix Wars in El Dorado, so I'm alluding to the fact that we typically see Phoenix Wars on Ultra Love as well. The prerequisite is the ramp. Does dictate the opener. Oh, but Classic, he does get the faster expansion. Oh my god, herO out of position. Yeah, herO, he was out of position. The Nexus is thrown down, so gate expand out of Classic, and herO, he responds with his own Nexus. Oh boy. So the greed is real. Classic with a slightly faster Nexus. Now from here, let's see if we do open Stargates. Typically, we would see the Stargates before the expansion, and it's usually forced into that, but this is a very different kind of setup, very different kind of opener here from our players, as they did find the opportunity here to throw down their Nexus. They found the opportunity, and we'll see what our take of choice is going to be, and if either player does deviate. As again, the standard opener would be for the Stargate. We'll see if anyone is crazy enough to go for a Twilight Council, for example. Or a Robo. There it is. Stargates from one. We should be seeing a Stargate from the other. As we have our initial opener here out of Classic. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, herO, never mind. He does open up with the initial Sentry. Did have less gas to work with. And he goes for the second gateway. Okay, we do not have Phoenix Wars. No Phoenix Wars this time. Is going to be the more standard opener out of Classic. herO going to be committing into extra gateways into a more ground-focused composition instead. Okay, we're mixing it up. Oh, okay, we have a hidden Stargate in the main. Interesting. Again, he is not using as a part of the wall, the same way that Classic is. But the Stargate is going to be delayed. And because that Classic, he opens Oracle first. I mean, there's no reason to open Phoenix if your opponent doesn't have a Stargate. So Classic is lured into the Oracle, and herO, he can go Phoenixes from here. This is actually very similar to the game that we just had on Whispers of Gold, where if you remember, both players opened Stargate, herO opened Oracle, and then he went into Mass Phoenix behind it to catch Classic off guard. This is similar. Oh, similar but not the same, because that's interesting. Stargate into a Twilight Council. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of tech, there's a lot of mind games here from herO. I believe the plan here is to go into Phoenixes to catch out the Oracle, and ideally to keep the Twilight Council hidden. We'll see if he can, though. Oracle dives in. Oracle's going to be zoned back, but now he scouts. He scouts. He sees the Twilight Council. Crucial moment there for Classic. He will lose the Oracle. But upon seeing this Twilight Council, now he knows it's not Mass Phoenix. He knows it is not a repeat of the last game. It could have been, and I'm pretty sure herO, he was hoping to try to make it look like that, but he's aware of the Twilight Council, and he responds with his own. Okay. Here we go. Second Oracle moves out, making his way into the mineral line. And not bad. herO's out of position. 4 probes going down. Gets 4 workers. He rescouts. He reconfirms. He also gets eyes on the would-be Oracle. And now Classic knows to be ready back at home. For the time being, taking a faster third, he expands. I mean, upon seeing all this tech, he knows that there's no real production behind this. There's no real army for herO. So Classic is safe to expand. Phoenixes move out. Classic's keeping up. Ooh, massive volleys going off. Zones away the Phoenixes. So far, so good. Does zone away. Oracle is out for herO. Oh, hits a natural. Gets a probe. Gets 1, gets 2, gets up to 3. 3 probes going down. Likewise, here Classic does the same. Oracle goes down. And herO, he will get the better trade. Still losing, well, both players, they lose their Oracles. But 7 probe kills. So with that, herO does take a lead. But he's behind when it comes to the timing of the expansion. So Classic, he can recover. He can make 3 probes at a time, a little bit longer. But now we're getting into our gateway compositions. Let's go. Our gateway is getting Duckling Stalkers. Classic does dive in. He does bypass the main army. herO out of position. Pylon goes down. Boys are being pulled. Classic trading well. Does trade well. herO racing back. That's going to be 10 probe kills. herO is getting overwhelmed. He's getting pulled apart. Gave it to 10 workers, bleeding down to the low ground. Will escape. So herO trying to keep up. Trying to lock down the army, but alas, Classic, he will be able to overwhelm regardless. He has the higher Stalker count, takes down the Stalkers one after the other. There's 3 Stalkers left. And herO, he just cannot keep up. He cannot sustain these losses. Losing everything here. In one wrong move, one misstep, and that can cost you the game. herO losing 14 probes, an entire mineral line, the expansion as well. There's no saving this. and herO perpetually behind, trying to build up, trying to catch up with Immortal production, but GG gets called. There's no coming back from this, and Classic will take a lead in the series 3-2. GG. GG, well played. Again, Classic just completely catching him off guard, catching him out of position, was able to dive into the natural, diving into the main, depower the gateways, and just completely pulled herO apart. Very impressive, very well played. I mean, again, it was still a very chaotic lead up to that game state as well, with like the openers, the gates into Nexus, into the Stargates, into the hidden Stargate, into the hidden Twilight Council. There was like a lot of flips, a lot of twists, a lot of turns out of herO. In the end, though, he was shut down, and Classic is now on match point. He's on match point. Remember, there's a best of 7. What does that mean? That means first player to 4 wins. First to 4 will advance on into the grand finals. Classic needs 1, and herO needs to win this game to force the ace match. Oh boy. And we have yet to see any kind of macro between these two players. It's been a very intense and very chaotic series so far. We've gotten up to like 2 base and like almost 3 base economies, but for the most part, it's been hyper aggression between these two players. Will we ever get a standard macro game? I hope not. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have our South Korean Protoss, the Red Protoss, 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is a Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. Again, down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is a herO. Go. Here we go. This Classic does move out. Does move out. So far, we do have, again, of course, this is going to be herO's map of choice. We have yet to see both players open up 2 gates, as we have our 2-gate opener out of herO, and we'll see if Classic does respond with his own, as it looks like he isn't. Oh boy. Yeah, Classic once again going for gate Cybercore into expansion. More economic opener here out of Classic. And I'm getting deja vu. We'll see if herO is going to be baited into his own form of aggression here. So far, no proxy. Second pylon gets placed in between the gases. Classic does confirm, everything looking as it should. And Classic should be feeling safe to settle in. So we should be seeing a Stargate and then a Nexus thereafter. We could see Classic try to cut some corners. I didn't follow SC2 for half the year, more or less, but I would have said herO 4 is Classic here. Oh, I mean, Classic, I would say he's the second best Protoss in South Korea, right? Like, he's been in the shadow of herO for a long time, but it's one of those things where it can sometimes be hard to shine when you have herO, like, alongside you. So Classic by no means has ever been a bad player. I think a lot of people have high expectations, and, like, if you're not going to, and if you're not qualifying for these big offline events, then people kind of write you off. Like, people that don't watch StarCraft, like they kind of, you know, they have the washed meme for players when they don't perform as well as they like otherwise expect, or if they aren't at tournaments. But yeah, Classic is doing well, doing really well. To be fair, Classic has been slumping for a bit of 2024, but specifically coming into December of last year, he has been on the rise, and we've seen Classic take down players like Gumiho, go toe-to-toe with players like Clem, for example. Like, his PvT, I would say, is probably his best matchup for Classic, PvT. And yeah, when it comes to this match, I mean, hey, he already 2-0'd herO before, and he bring him down again. But now, Stargate into Void Ray, herO back at home, expanding. So this is a really strong reaction out of Classic, actually. Like, he's responding like he's playing against a 1-base all-in. It's not, hero's expanding. Also a misread here by Classic. Ay, ay, ay. Is a misread. Again, Void Rays are typically what you want to produce if you're being defensive, if you believe you're up against an all-in. And here, he can just retreat. He can just back off. Like, he's fine. You just back up from here, reinforcing with Adepts. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot probes. And Classic is racing back. And again, these Void Rays, they get outscaled real fast and real quick as the game goes on. Another shield, but Jesus, another shield battery. Okay, now he cancels. Oh my god. Like, Classic, he's terrified. He's still making more Void Rays. Meanwhile, hero's just chilling. He's getting his natural. He's going to his own Stargate. Twilight Council's on the way into Blink. Oracle as well to harass across the map. Like, hero's fine. Oracle dips in. Wreaking havoc. Gets one, gets two, gets three. Oh, it's going to be thrown away though. 5 probes go down. It is shading to the natural, getting another probe. And with that hero, he does maintain his economic lead. Now, all that hero has to do is defend against a counterattack. Classic, he might feel like he's forced into an all-in because of this big investment, because of the pylons, the shield batteries, all these Void Rays. As we mentioned, like, this kind of army doesn't really scale too well here. He has to make use of it, right? He has to make use of this army in some way, so pushing might be the answer. And there it is. He is moving out. So hero, all he has to do here is survive the counterattack. I don't see a shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield batteries at the natural. This is a little bit concerning. Blink has begun, but it's not going to be done in time here for the push. Yeah, hero cutting corners here. Being greedy. Without shield batteries, I want to say that Classic can break through this. He can, and he will. Does activate his mag alignment. Hero, he's forced back. Yeah, he has to abandon the natural. Pylon under fire. Boys are being pulled. Can hero hold? He has to try. And he's not going to be able to. Takes out one Void Ray. There's 2 left. Losing another Stalker. Down to 3. Down to 2. And here it looks like he's barely somewhat holding on, but now he's down to 1 Stalker. It's going to be focused down. The Void Rays, they reign supreme. At the same time, hero across the map, likewise doing counter damage. These are the only 2 gateways. And the gateways are being depowered. Hero being too greedy here in the response. He will snipe 1 final Void Ray though. There's 1 Void Ray left. But here he lost 13 probes, losing even more here at the natural. Again, no shield batteries, no defensive setup whatsoever. Hero, he got too greedy. Oh my god. Like, everything was going fine, everything was going well. He was up in workers, he was up in economy, up in tech as well. But it looked like he didn't believe that Classic would counterattack. He was like, I'm just ahead and I'm good. Nah, baby, nah. Not like this. And with that, Classic now takes a massive lead. The pendulum swings from one player to the other. Classic now ahead. And is building up his own immortal count. Building up those immortals. On the one hand, a hero, he will have a more mobile army here with Mass Blink Stalker, but that's what the immortals are for. We mentioned this earlier when it came to how you support Phoenixes in the previous game with hero, and if your opponent has Blink Stalkers, that's where immortals come into play. You have to mass up your own immortals to make up for a lower Stalker count. Shield batteries, they're here from the early game, of course, so they're still set up. Hero, he's not making probes. Hero's down 10 workers. And with this proxy, I mean, now Hero's kind of forced to commit. Okay, now he's probing. Now he starts probing. Charge on the way. Hero's goal now is to contain. I don't know if he can, though. He can blink into the main. Dives into the main base. Forces the recall. Not bad. Does force the recall. Void Ray comes in. Does get sniped. The final Void Ray goes down. As we mentioned, I mean, again, they don't really have their place as the game goes on. They did their job. We're done with the Void Rays. That was okay damage out of hero. Setting up back at home. Robo into charge. Likewise, he has to be as active as possible. Again, remember, hero, his big advantage in this game is Blink. So he has to be as active as possible with these Stalkers to catch any stray reinforcements, pick off an immortal here or there, a couple of probes, a Stalker, a pylon, whatever he can get his hands on. Oh. as here he rotates. Does back off, does rotate. Classic now can expand, get his own third, so is herO. But Classic still has a massive army, and he's pushing. He's moving out, he has his own blink. herO going for a backstab. And Classic doesn't care. He doesn't care, he just keeps going. herO, he confirms there is no natural. And Classic is just going for the kill. Okay, here he has a stasis. Ah, there's the Observer. The Observer does spot this. Stasis will not go up. There is one shield battery in the mineral line. There's one shield battery set up, Stalkers they blink over the wall. And Mortals are pinned back. But it may not matter. herO forced recall as well. Pulling the boys, and it's going to be a tough hold for herO. He's doing what he can. Dives on the Prism. Prism survives. Oh, one Immortal goes down. Not a bad pick up. There's 2 Immortals left. But it's going to cost herO every single probe. 20 workers go down. The Immortal gets locked in place as well. And Classic, he's done it. He snowballs out of control. He breaks the defensive line of herO. And herO has nothing left. He's down to 3 Stalkers. Down to 2. Once again, forced to pull the boys. A very chaotic series. Not a single macro game between these 2 players. GG, and Classic will take the series 4-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Congratulations here, as Classic will claim the series. Again, a very intense, very chaotic series here between Classic and herO. A lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins, a lot of counterplay as well. Some really quirky builds at times and really nice reactions. When it came to this final game, of course, herO, I should say, sorry, Classic misread the game state. Classic, if you remember, he believed it was an all-in. That's why Classic was building up Void Rays. That's why he was throwing down extra shield batteries, extra pylons. Classic was terrified of herO. And herO was just chilling. herO who's just expanding, making probes. herO, he took an economic lead. herO gained map control. herO was in a very good position. And then he was forced back. And we would assume that, of course, herO would be aware that there was an all-in coming or a counterattack coming because, hey, you know, we had massed up all these Void Rays. We have to do something with it. But herO was woefully underprepared back at home. 0 shield batteries. No shield batteries whatsoever. Likewise, ideally, herO would like to slow down the push as it moves out across the map. He wasn't quite there either. And in the end, herO, he was overwhelmed. herO just, yeah, in a sense, maybe just not not really expecting that kind of counterattack, or yeah, just did slip his mind with that. GG. GG, well played. Classic does claim the series, and now we are getting ready for the rematch. Let's go. It's going to be a best of 7 grand finals between Classic and Clem. Oh boy. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Okay, here we go. We have our final results coming in. I know the bracket's a little bit small, so I do apologize. But here we go. We have Clem, who's been patiently waiting. Clem has been patiently waiting in the grand finals here. Clem, he did already defeat Classic 3-0 earlier today. We did cover that series. If you missed out, I do recommend the VODs, as we, of course, casted every single series here in the bracket. Clem has been patiently waiting. Classic is here to redeem himself. The rematch is upon us. Clem may have won in the best of 5. Can Classic fight back here in the best of 7? Now, we have seen Classic take Clem down before, at least take maps. If you were here earlier this week for the Wardy TV Monday, we of course casted the event, and they faced off in the quarterfinals of the Wardy TV Monday. In the best of 3, they went all the way to the ace match. Honestly, Classic was so close to bringing Clem down 2-0. It was a very intense best of 3, but that was a shorter series. Here, you don't really often get bigger than best of 7s. I mean, sure, we get some best of 9s every now and then, but the best of 7 is here. And remember, no vetoes. No vetoes here between these 2 players. It is a loser's pick instead. And the starting map, the starting game, is going to be on El Dorado. Let's go. I just need some time to set up. Un momento. Grand finals. Beautiful. We go. Bam. Okay, we have our grand finals ready, and we're jumping into the first game. Let's go. It's been a long event already here. We've been live for 4 hours here for day 2 of OlimoLeague. Also, big shout out to Crank, of course. Crank J1 Choi has been, of course, hosting, organizing, casting in Korean every single week, every single month here following OlimoLeague. And likewise, big shout out to Chijik for sponsoring the event. Chijik is, of course, a Korean streaming platform. Without them, this event would not be possible. And hopefully we have more to come as well. For those that are curious, Chijik, they sponsored OlimoLeague for 2 seasonal finals. We had the fall finals last year. We had the winter finals this year. And so far, that is all they have. All we have confirmed. But these events have been very successful on Chijik. Crank, whenever there's an OlimoLeague, he is the #1 streamer on the platform. He's got thousands of viewers, a lot of attention, a lot of hype around OlimoLeague. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing another season of OlimoLeague. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And here we go, we're jumping into the grand finals. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the French Terran player, we have the Red Terran. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. He just took down herO. It is Classic. We go. As we are jumping into our best of 7 now, as a reminder as well, this best of 7 is going to be, there's no winner's advantage in the sense that there's no score lead from Clem. He is coming in from the upper bracket, that is true, but it is going to be a straight up best of 7 here. If Classic does bring Clem down, then we will have another series after this, another best of 3 to determine the champion. So there's going to be that decider series, if we can get there. But now that we're settling in, we do have an economic opener out of Clem, going for a single gas, Rax expand from our Terran player, likewise Classic going for his own Gate Cyber into Nexus. Oh boy. So far so good. We saw herO set up in a very similar fashion here as well. Rolling off the cliff face. Setting up for the expand. Likewise Clem, he's a little bit paranoid, does check the third base location for a proxy. Making sure no shenanigans are afoot. See someone in the chat. Protoss versus Protoss, the most boring matchup? Not at all, not at all. I would strongly push back against that. I think I would say it's maybe my favorite mirror matchup, like PvP, especially. I mean, especially what we just saw. I guess if you want slow like macro games where you get a natural, a third base, a fourth base, and if you want to like turtle up or max out and see these two armies face off against each other, then I guess if that's what you want and that's not what we got, then you can call it like a boring matchup. But mate, again, we just had non-stop aggression between Classic and herO. Like, what are you on about? You're a clown, Bobby. You're a clown. Aye. That's what we want out of the PvPs. That's what we want, Pat. It's beautiful. Here we go. So now, we do have a Clem following this up here. Ooh, an aggressive build. Rax into factory into a second Rax, a delayed starport. So Clem is out of the gate here with something more assertive, something more aggressive. We are expecting a third Rax before the starport. We'll see if that's going to be the case and how long we delay the starport from the side of the Terran. Meanwhile, back at home, we're getting into our tech of choice. Classic going for a Stargate opener into Phoenix. Now, I believe Clem hasn't scouted. Yep, no scout. Clem, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout. Clem, he is blindly setting up for a 2-1-1. And that is going to be a 2-1-1 because there is no third Rax. Starport is on the way. We're rushing into Stim. A rare build here in TVP. Not unseen, but a rare build nonetheless. So for those that are curious, basically, we're building up towards a 16 Marine double medevac drop. We have a reactor on the way, and this should be for an add-on swap into medevacs. This is a build that you often see against Zerg. It's rare to see this against Protoss. Now, the reason why this is rare against Protoss is because you heavily delay tank production. And against something like 3 or 4 Gate Blink Stalker, you can be punished real hard. If this drop fails to do damage, then the Blink Stalker counterattack can snowball out of control. As we can see, though, it's not Blink, it's Phoenix. It's Stargate instead. So I actually favor this build here for Clem. And this build can struggle against like Blinkstalker counterattack play, but against something like Stargate, against Phoenixes, this build can excel because, mate, what are you going to do against all these Marines? Lift them up one at a time? best of luck to Classic, as Classic is just out scouting. I mean, I should also emphasize, neither player has scouted. Like, both players are just blindly doing their thing. Let's go. Let us go. As we're getting into this, a big shout to Pili. Oh my god, Papi God. It's been a while. It's been a whole minute. Big shout to Pili. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great arcade session. I'm assuming it was an arcade session, maybe a ladder session, but it's been a long time. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything is good over in Pili's stream, Pili's world as well. Best of luck. Thank you so much. As Phoenix, they do get across the map. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4 SCVs so far. Good economic damage. And Clem, he doesn't flinch. He commits across the map. What is there at home to defend? There's 2 vanilla stalkers, a sentry as well. Sure, SCVs are falling, but Clem, he has no fear. He's boosting in. He's boosting into the main. Immortal's halfway done, and Marines have arrived. Classic is racing back. He's going to be forced to recall. Yeah, there's that recall. And we'll see what he does end up losing here as probes are being focused down. Phoenixes as well. Losing 1, 2 Phoenixes already. Losing every Phoenix. Every Phoenix goes down. And again, this is why this build can excel against Stargate play specifically. Getting 14 probes and every Phoenix. Crazy damage. And we only lose 1 medevac of Marines. When the 8 Marines go down, the other 8 do survive. Crazy damage here by Clem. And again, it was risky. Remember, Clem, he didn't know that it wasn't a blink opener. He didn't know that it was Stargate of all things. Everything just kind of lined up here for Clem. And he's not done. He's rallying across the map. Classic, his economy is crippled here. Down to 40 workers. He's got his 3rd base trying to hold on. You have the Colossus on the way. Clem is pushing in. Oh, gets a sentry. Sentry goes down. The Colossus should be enough to hold the line here and to force back the army. It's mainly Marine. It's very fragile. Pylon goes down, and the Colossus has arrived. And Clem does stem away. He respects the Colossus. Does pull out of there. And Classic holds. Whew. Classic, he does hold on. Oh god! He has to be careful. Does hold for the time being. Once again, trying to chase this down. Mine shots. Ooh, brutal though. Remember, there's no blink. The mine shots, they connect. They take down 2 more stalkers. Rough connections there for Classic. And Clem is getting his 3rd CC on location. Clem is still very much so in control. He has the better economy. And momentum is still on his side. Classic forced to rebuild all those Phoenixes. 2nd Colossus is on the way. But as Clem moves out, the Liberator has arrived. We got some freedom. We have liberation. 5 probe kills in the main. Clem rotating over towards that 3rd base, dropping into the main as well. Is going for the dive. Oh. Let's get a Phoenix. So let's get a Phoenix. Full medevac goes down. Massive pickup at the same time, though. Clem collapses on the 3rd base. He barely will not get the expansion, though. Does get 9 probes. Jesus. 9 probes going down. Baited here by the hallucination. This Classic is still just trying to hold on, trying to survive. Stuck at home. And Clem freely just mining. Getting his 3rd up and running. 2nd starport's on the way. That's going to be for mass Viking production. To help deal with the Colossus. I believe no Ghost Academy yet. Okay, just fire here into Viking. Building up more Marauders. Classic is trying to be active. I mean, he has to do something here. He can't just stay at home and be forced to defend. Does need to be somewhat active. We'll see what he can get. Oh. Has to be careful. As again, remember, there is no blink. Match not quite going up. Sentries go down. And the Vikings, they have amassed. Just zoning the army away, and Classic gets to get the hell out of here. But without blink, he's spinning out some stalkers. Tells me that a couple of stalkers. Phoenix goes down. Classic pulls away. And here comes that Ghost Academy. And Clem, he should just be chilling from here. Should just be building up his forces, getting his third saturated, working towards the fourth base, working towards ghost production, and then pushing with a more ideal army. There's no rush, right? Like, the damage has been done. Clem is ahead. There is no rush here for Clem to move out and try to kill his opponent. I say there's no rush. Bold move, but a necessary move. Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate is on the way. Classic is behind. He knows he's behind. How do you recover? With greed. Either with mass expanding and being like hyper greedy economically, or teching up as quickly as possible. So this is a risk, but you have to take a risk in this position. So if Classic can buy some time, he can get into Tempest, he can get into Carriers, he can get into a greater army. We'll see if he can get away with it. See if he can. So far, the Vikings here, they just blew back the army. There's 4 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossus. Oh my god. We had 4 down to 3, 2. Oh my god, they were just falling like flies. The Vikings, they just pop up. They shut down the Colossus. There's 1 Colossus left, and soon to be 0. As one more volley brings it down, there's nothing remaining here for Classic. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A very fortunate start there by Clem. As a reminder, winding it back a little bit, it was a crazy start to the game. Neither player scattered at all, and Clem, he blindly went for a 2-1-1, which is a rare build, but a good read. Clem, I'm sure he was assuming and hoping that Classic would open Stargate. Would open Phoenix, which is where 2-1-1s can pop off and can actually excel. We saw he was able to kill 14 probes and was it 5 Phoenixes. It was crazy the damage that he dealt with that initial 2-1-1, and that just skyrocketed him ahead. You know, he took a massive lead from there and never lost it. He never lost that lead. GG, well played. Clem does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Just catching up in the chat. Almost always find PvP pretty tedious to watch. I would recommend, in general, Korean PvP. I think PvP has a bad reputation, mainly from like the European side of things, where it is a lot more standard. It is a lot more passive, is what I will say. But if you get like herO involved, herO, Classic, Trap, Nightmare, Creator less so. Creator, he is a little bit more standard in his approach. But in general, you get a lot of Zaun as well. Zaun can be more aggressive. You can get a lot more chaotic PvPs. Trigger, yo, the amount of all-ins we see from Trigger, it's good. Trigger also very intense, very aggressive. The regions, they approach it in a different way. It's actually the same. We spoke about this before. I would say talking about like a more aggressive region and more aggressive like style of PvP and mirror matchup, I think that's applicable to all the mirror matchups. I'm referring to PvP, ZVZ, and TVT as well. Like, mate, the amount of like proxy Raxes that you get in TVT with like Maru and Byun involved, and I would say Gumiho as well. Like they're a lot more aggressive. For ZVZ, likewise, like the amount of times we've heard Raynor, Serral, and Lambo complain about like the Korean Zerg players in Rogue, Solar, and Dark, and Shin, and how like at any moment they would just like stop droning and mass like Lings and Ling Flood, or go for a Roach all-in. Like in general, it's just like different styles, different vibes, different approaches to the game when it comes to the regions. Yeah, which is why yeah, I'm quite fond of the mirror matchups, but I guess it also depends who you're casting, right? I miss Trap and stats. Trap has been active. Trap, he was very active in December. If you missed out, Trap, he was very active in December, of course. We casted a lot of Trap. He has been less active in January. January, Trap, it looked like maybe he was spending some time with his family for holidays, but Trap, he has been playing in less coming into January instead. But if you want to tune into some Trap games, then December was full of it. But here we go. We're jumping into game 2. Sorry, just catching up with chat. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. The Red Protoss himself down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from Atlanta, France, representing Team Liquid, the reigning world champion, leading the series 1-0, the favorite player to win it all. Can he be stopped? It is Clem. Here we go. He has played in official matches in December. Yeah, as we mentioned, Trap Heel is very active in December, but very much so less so in January. Unfortunately. But here we go. We just see Clem mixing it up. As a reminder, last game, Clem, he opened up with a Rax Expand economic opener with 1 Gas Geyser. This time, double gas. Double gas here by Clem. So something more assertive, something more tech heavy, assuming this can lead into reactor. This can lead into early tank drop, early cyclone drop. This can lead into early Banshee play, into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We'll see where Clem does take us. But a very different build coming up here from our Terran. Meanwhile, Classic going to be opening up with his own Gate Expand. Now, Classic in this matchup, for those that are curious, he is actually quite fond of Stargate play. I'm not saying he will go Stargate every game, but in the previous best of 5, I believe he went Stargate 2 out of 3 games. 2 out of 3 games he did open Stargate, and even before that, like, again, he's typically very fond of going into Phoenixes if he can get away with it. On larger maps, it is more viable. Here on Frostline, I'm very on the fence about Stargate play, as you are very vulnerable to early game aggression, as we just saw in the last game, right? The 2-on-1 double drop just popped off and just pulled Classic apart. Phoenixes do leave you vulnerable in that kind of game state, so we'll see if he does commit to the Stargate again, or if he does deviate away. I would expect to see more often than not Stargate play in this best of 7, but we'll see. We'll see how Classic does adapt. Meanwhile, back at home, do have our Reactor Reaper production. We'll see how hard Clem commits here, and if he does make extra waves of Reapers, we'll see when he does switch into Marine production here, and what is done with the factory. Behind this, yep, Stargate. So kind of what we alluded to before. Again, Classic stylistically, he is very fond of Stargate play, and very fond of going like Stargate's Phoenix into Colossus, which is a very old school way of playing. It was the meta a couple of years ago. In recent times, less so. Again, like with the shift of the meta, it is considered to be a little bit more unsafe to play Stargate, and just because Terran players have gotten so good at punishing it over time. Meanwhile, Reaper production continues. We have our initial 2 Reaper Hellion, soon to be up to 4 Reapers, and a second Hellion as well. Hatching out the Adept. Up! Ooh, we do trade 1-to-1 though, bit of miscontrol there by Clem. Does fly too close to the sun, and Classic will bring down at least 1 Reaper. And that means that this push, this aggression is going to be that much weaker as a result. He's down to 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. And the goal here is to try to get into a mineral line, but we'll see if he can. It's Clem, he does commit. Back at home, Classic's got the 1 Stalker. His Adept is trying to respond, trying to rotate. And Clem, can he get into that mineral line? He's trying to break through. No shield battery. And no shield battery position. First probe goes down. The Oracle does arrive though, and the Oracle will help clean this up. As again, Stargate into Oracle, not Phoenix. Despite that, 3 probes go down, but the army does fall. Here we go. Nice energy overcharge. Oracle moves out. Second Oracle's on the way. So double Oracle opener here out of Classic. His goal here is to get into a mineral line. We'll see if he can. Back at home, Cyclone. Cyclone is hopping out just in time. Cyclone is here, gets a lock on, and will zone Classic away, even dealing some hull damage. Not bad. Viking behind this as well, gearing up into more Raxes, more Bio. I also miss Neeb. Yo, Neeb, he's it's been great to see more of, I say it's been great to see Neeb recently. For those that maybe check out the social media of some of the other like players out there, Neeb, he was shown in Korea recently with God, who was he with? He was with Sue, he was with Trigger, he was with this was back when during EWC, Clem, alongside Future, Estrella, I want to say herO and Bunny as well. It's fun to see. Nowadays, of course, Neeb doing his own thing. But every now and then we get some glimpses. Every now and then. Living his life. Meanwhile, as Clem is distracted, we dive into the mineral line. Ooh. 1 Oracle goes down. Not as worth it here. Viking does punish. And second Oracle is forced back. So far, Clem is defending well. There's no bunker. Despite that, he's holding. He is holding on. But I think they all played. Was it volley? I think they either all played volleyball together or indoor football or indoor soccer. I think it was volleyball. But yeah, that was just before EWC. All right, I remember we were making jokes because Impact was playing with them as well, and we're like, yo, that's so unfair. For Impact to be playing volleyball with all the other SC2 pros, mate, that's crazy. Like, you'd have to handicap him, 100%. 100%. You have someone weigh him down. Oh, no. For now, though, once again, oh, the second Oracle does fall. Nice catch here by Clem. So far, this opener from Classic wasn't really worth it here. The double Oracle didn't really get much economic damage. I think he got one SCV in the main. That's really it. With that, Clem, he shuts it down. Third CC's on the way, and he's getting ready to move out himself. Here we go. Stasis will slowly come down. So Clem is committing. Classic, he's aware of the move out. Oh. He's aware, gonna be forced back. Classic is attempting to slow this down. Now, bearing in mind, because of the openers here, Classic he has no splash damage. He has no Colossus, no Disruptors, no Storm. It's purely a gateway composition from a Classic. And charge is not yet done. He's vulnerable. The bait just began. Stalker's getting picked up. And again, a lot of this is because of the Stargate opener. The initial tech, which was unsuccessful. And that delays everything else. Does lay everything else. Clem just asserting himself. Just pushing in, pressing his advantage. Takes down some of those slow lots. Charge is almost done. He needs a little bit more time though. Yeah, Zelsa just getting picked away at. 10 seconds away. Mind Shot goes off. Zelsa just falling one after the other. And the Stalker Immortal's becoming much more vulnerable. He's simming in. And Clem, he might just have too much. Takes out every single Zealot. The Immortal falls as well. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Thankfully, I mean, Blink is popping up. He's able to hold his own, at least for a time. And Classic, he barely holds. Whew. He survives. He forces Clem back. Reinforcements are on the way. Clem, he doesn't have enough. That was a crazy Blink. Gets a medevac. Clem, he's not stopping, by the way. He's just waiting for his reinforcements. He just keeps pushing. He smells blood in the water. He knows how little there is here. There's no shield battery. Oh, sorry, there's one. There's one shield battery behind this. But no more Immortals. Now, brutal Blink. 3 Stalkers left. And with these reinforcements, Clemmy should eventually have enough. So we have more Zealots. Again, Classic is barely holding on. The first Colossus on the way. Let's go. Buying a little bit more time. Behind this, we have our 4th CC in production. 3rd base already fully operational. Clem getting further ahead. He's up in workers, up in bases, up in economy. Gonna be forced back for now. Classic gaining some breathing room. And again, there's no real pressure on Clem to push in. He doesn't have to attack the 3rd. He doesn't have to move into the bases. He's still being active. He misses the main army. They miss each other. Clem, he rotates. He can deny the 4th. And Classic, he turns back around. Does catch some reinforcements. But the 4th base falls. And he forces the recall. Yeah, that was a cancel. That was a cancel on the expansion. Clem just maintaining map control. Does boost the weight. And behind this, Ghost Academy. Ghost Academy, more Viking production. There's a lot of pressure here on Classic as he's again falling further behind. Now, there are going to be opportunities here when it comes to his War Prism harass. True, he can go for Zealot run by, Zealot drop into the main, Warp Ins as well. Once he has to secure Colossus count, he can go into Disruptor. So there are ways to bounce back, even if you're down in supply. There are ways to recover, but the pressure is on Classic. And this has to pay off. As As he's headed for the main. He's slipping into the main. Clem out of position. SCVs are going to be going down. Not bad. Getting up to 6, getting up to almost 7 SCV kills. 7 SCVs full. I typically you would want this to be a distraction or something to distract to allow that to do a little more damage. But just the one attack. Classic for another massive Zealot run by. Oof. Leading out Stalkers though. And here comes the first Disruptor. And again, you can be down in supply here in Disruptors and Novas. If they do connect, they can bring you back into this. It's a big if though. The Zealots they called out. And again, usually you want like this to be a multi-pronged aggression here. You want another attack somewhere else. Last class, he doesn't really have the supply for it. It's a Clem, he's already maxed. He's at 200 supply. Ay. He's maxed out, good to go. He's ready to push, and Classic is barely holding on. Just now reestablishing his 4th. Getting up and running. Probe does scout the army. Classic knows. He's getting in position. Clem, he does lead with the EMPs. The ghosts are ready. Does EMP the Zealots. There's the first Nova. There's 2 more Novas left. Down to 1. And there's 1 more Disruptor coming in. And from here, Clem, he can just take the fight. He kites back, deals with the Zealots. A lot of Vikings are going down. The Disruptors are falling. And Clem, he's breaking through the ramp. It does him in, takes out both Disruptors. Nova goes up, will not connect. And Clem, he does it. He breaks the main army. Down to 3 Stalkers. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very strong start for Clem. As a reminder, it was just a really rough opener for Classic. Bringing it back, Classic, he did open up Stargate, went for a Stargate opener into double Oracle, and if you remember, the Oracles, what did they get done? They got maybe 1 SCV, maybe 2 SCVs, if that. Both Oracles did go down to the Cyclones, so really strong defense there out of Clem. With that Stargate opener failing, that did delay the Twilight Council, Blink, Charge, Colossus production as well. Everything else was delayed in favor of that Stargate, and it wasn't worth it in the end. That is also why when Clem eventually moved out across the map, Charge wasn't done, and Colossus weren't ready, and we saw Clem just trade so well there against Classic. Classic throwing away so many Zealots in the process, and even though Clem didn't really do any critical damage there, I mean, he didn't do any economic damage, he was trading well enough to give himself a lead. And likewise, right after that, he denied the 4th. He denied the 4th base, and just got further ahead from there. GG. GG, well played. Solid lead here from Clem, and once again, the pressure is mounting here on Classic to bring it back. Next game is going to be on Whispers of Gold. As a reminder, this is Classic's map of choice. Let's go. We're getting into Game 3. Getting into Game 3 here, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down heavily in this series, he has to start the comeback here and now. I'm hoping at least. I mean, there's a little bit of wiggle room. It is a best of 7, but the pressure is still on. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. It is Clem. Again, the current best player in the world, the reigning world champion. It's difficult for anyone to bring him down, including players like Max, like herO, like Cyril, Raynor, Dark. Difficult for anyone, including Classic as well, but he's done it before. Again, we've seen him take Clem to the ace match in series past. I'm hoping for a back and forth finals here. Hoping. Now, Classic does check for a proxy, moving out across the map. Back at home, double gas opener out of Clem. Double gas into a faster factory. We saw that last game this led into Reactored Reaper Hellion, which Classic did fairly well defending against. I think he lost 3 probes against Reaper Hellion. We could see that once again here out of Clem. We could see something quite different. into faster starport, into faster add-ons, tech labs. Our eyes are on Clem. Likewise, so far, both in Game 1 and in Game 2, Classic has gone Stargate. Both games he's been opening up Stargate. We did mention that that is typically his style, like he does enjoy playing Stargate in this matchup. Not saying he'll do it every game, but most of the games it's what we expect. We'll see when he does decide to mix it up though. I feel like on a small map like Whispers of Gold, Stargate play is crazy. Like this is the most aggressive map in the map pool. I should start things off with that, by the way. This is the most aggressive map at short rush distance by ground, like exposed natural, exposed third, exposed fourth. We should be seeing either a Robo or a Twilight Council instead. Not a Stargate, but we'll see. It's on Classic. As Clem, he's going to be going for the CC on the high ground, so very safe play out of Clem. We'll make sure he doesn't get disrupted or delayed. Opening up Reaper first. And what he's doing it again. Stargate. Okay, Classic, let's go. Stargate opener at a Classic. Bold move is what I will say. Bold move. Behind this, no Hellion production. We see a faster tech lab. Okay, so this is one of the options you can go for. Fast tech lab here out of Clem. This could be for a tank drop. We could start really fast tank production into a medevac, into a tank drop across the map. This can lead into an add-on swap, into some crazy like fast Banshee play. But for the time being, looks like we're leaving the tech lab on that factory. Show us what you got. Cyclone. Okay, it's going to be the early Cyclone instead, not the tank. Into, I would imagine, medevac to move out across the map. Oh boy. And as we're settling into our openers here, Clem, he has yet to go into the main. He has not gone into the main base, but this is a very aggressive start here. He's going for a Cyclone drop with all these Marines as well. It's going to be a very aggressive, very assertive style early on. And we mentioned this previously in Game 1 even, how when you open up Phoenixes like this, you are vulnerable to early game aggression. Just because you're limited to lifting up one unit at a time, and early on, your Phoenix count is very low. It's a very low Phoenix count to begin with. So this is where Classic is going to be at his weakest. And, okay, we assumed it was going to be a tank drop. I mean, it kind of is. It's going to be Cyclone first, followed by the tank as well. Clem, he's rallying across the map. We'll see if Classic can hold. So far, he has yet to confirm what's going on. He does have 2 adepts in position to scout. So Classic, he will spot this ahead of time. At least somewhat. We're waiting for the tank. It is a tank drop. Oh boy. Here we go. Classic, he's getting up to 3 Phoenixes. And you may be thinking, oh, he can lift the tank. I mean, sure, but that's what all the Marines and the Cyclones are for. That's why we have that anti-air. As the 3rd Phoenix has arrived, army's moving in. You have to be very careful with the Cyclone. Taking a lot of hits. Nice control. Tank does lift. Or tank does siege, sorry, I should say. Phoenix is going to be going down. And likewise, Phoenixes are being targeted one after the other. Phoenixes are falling, but the Marine count is being thinned out. And can Classic hold? It's close. It's getting very close here. The Viking has arrived. The tank barely falls. Whew. Tank goes down. But what about everything else? The boys are being pulled. Classic getting desperate. The Viking does land. And Clem is pushing in. Now, thankfully, without the tank, Classic, he can hold on here with reinforcements. We're just rallying though. Clem is just rallying across the map. He smells blood in the water, Pappy. He's going for the kill. Once again, has to pull the boys. No shield battery. Clem, he backs off. He does retreat. He has another tank. Oh my god, he's crazy. He has the tank. And tank shot's going off. Another Phoenix goes down, and another. Yeah, brutal losses here for Classic. Expensive losses. He scans. Can he get the final Phoenix? He can. Gets every single Phoenix. And behind this, Clem, he's just chilling. Just taking another base. Taking his natural. Saturating. Oh. Will maybe lose he will lose the tank. Yeah, tank is going to go down. And Classic does survive. Does hold. It was a costly hold, is what I will say. It was very costly, but a hold nonetheless. As he is overextending. Oh, this should not have happened. Classic, he thankfully will pull away. He breaks the lock on. Just to be restarted once again. Yeah, Clem still trading very well here. Taking down another 2 Stalkers. Down to 4. 4 stalkers remaining. More boys being pulled, more probes going down. Another lock-on is brutal here. Another slot, another 2. No shot. And that might just be too much. That might just be too much here. Oh my god, the Vikings, they kill probes so quickly and so well. Oh no. As the Viking does fall. He wants that lock-on. He wants the final stalker. He scans. A bit of a wasted scan. Clem, calm down, Bappy, calm down. He kills 14 probes, almost an entire mineral line. 14 workers go down. Classic, sure, he has a third base. He can replenish, he can rebuild, but this was a rough hold. In the end, he lost 16 probes, 6 Phoenixes, 8 stalkers. Once again, the Phoenix count basically resets down to 1 Phoenix. And winding it back, a lot of this was Clem assuming it was going to be a Stargate opener again. Like the build that Clem had gone for here. Remember, Clem, he never scouted the main base, but if we can say that Classic is known for Stargate, then Clem can say that as well. Like this is known. Like this is a known thing for Classic. Classic a little bit predictable in that sense. And Clem just kind of blindly countered. He didn't kill Classic, sure, but he did maim him, right? He maimed him, did some crippling damage, enough to give himself a comfortable lead. A lesser player would have died. I should emphasize that. Like a lesser player here from the Classic would have just died then and there. So impressive that he is holding, that he is surviving, but it's still looking very bleak here for Classic. As Clem, he continues. He commits. Moving out once again, the Phoenix does spot the move out. Back at home, what do we have? Storm is just under halfway done. Storm is still a ways off. Archons are morphing in. Charge will finish up in the middle of this fight, but Charge is still not ready as well. Yeah, it's still not ready. Just down in 10 seconds. No shield battery. Oh, the mine shots are going to be brutal. Oh my god. Mine shots pop up. Again, there's a tank behind this as well. And Clem, he's done it. Clem, he has broken the back here of Classic. The Zealots, the Archons, it's all falling. One after the other. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 3. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Clem, it wasn't just him reading the build of his opponent, but also we spoke about it coming into Whispers of Gold, how crazy it was to see a Stargate opener, because this map is the most aggressive map in the map pool. It's the most aggressive map, shortest rush distance by ground, very exposed natural, 3rd and 4th base. Just in general, we see a lot of all-ins. We typically see a lot of like 2 base all-ins or 3 base all-ins, but I mean, even here, this wasn't necessarily an all-in, but a very aggressive start here by Clem. Did work out very well here on Whispers of Gold and against the Stargate opener. And with that, he did punish Classic, and with that, Clem is on match points. One more game is all he needs. He's up 3-0, and it's a best of 7, so first to 4. Classic, he's up against the ropes, Pappy. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance at the ace match out, winning this himself. The pressure is on, and here we go. We're loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into Ley Lines. Let's go. Cyclone survived to the end. That was some crazy. It was, yeah. The value that the Cyclone got. Catching the Stalkers, catching the Phoenixes, like it was insane. The lock-ons, it was crazy. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. He fought well to make it to the grand finals, but here he is struggling. Down 0-3. He needs to fight back here and now as he is on match point. I'm hoping this is not the final game. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the French Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 3-0, the reigning world champion, the best player in the world. It is Clem. The best player, the best Terran, arguably the best Protoss as well. True, true. We did feature Clem's Protoss earlier in the brackets, but Clem, he only plays Protoss against Terran. He has not played TBT in over a month, actually. It's been a while. It's been a while since he's embraced the TBT matchup. But again, only against other Terran players. Here, he is of course flexing his own Terran and doing well for himself. One more game, one more mass is all he needs here. And he is mixing it up economic opener. Single gas, so we're going for a faster CC, so more economic start here by Clem, which means classic, he can breathe easy. There's no crazy tank drop, there's no cyclone rush, the build that we saw last game, we're nowhere near that here. And classic does open up Gate Expand into Cybercore. Greedier opener here by classic. Let's go. Does cut some corners, going for a slightly greedier build. Likewise, Clem, he will get the CC on location, just barely. He's going to be on location, does expand himself, and now we can calm things down and settle in. Whew, oh boy. We can slow things down, get into our natural bases, work towards a third base, and have a more standard game. The real question becomes, I should say actually, does Classic open Stargate for a 4th game in a row? Here on Ley Lines, I will say it is more viable. It's still one of the smaller maps. When I say smaller map, you know, smaller than Abyssal Reef, than Neon Violet Square, than King's Cove. It's smaller than those, but relatively safe here at your 3rd base location, at your 4th base location. You have these ramps, and there it is, Stargate. Stargate opener every single game. I will say it's a little bit safer this time, though, for Classic. Safer than El Dorado and Whispers of Gold, of course. Would have appreciated some other openers on those maps, just saying, but still, it's fine, it's fine. We're okay. As Clem back at home, getting to his own 1-1-1. Settling in. Clem, he does skip the Reaper Scout and he does skip the SCV Scout as well. This is relatively common amongst the top tier Terran players. I was going to say Korean Terrans, but Clem, you know, he does this as well. Where you delay your scouts, you cut corners, and your main scouting here is going to be from the Hellion, initially. Hellion, followed by the Widowmine drop. This is where the Widowmine drop is less about dealing damage, it is much more about scouting and getting a read on the tech, and getting a read on the gateway counts, on the economy, on the gases. It isn't necessarily about killing probes. As the first Hellion does move out across the map. Does spot the Oracle. With that, Clemmy now is aware of the Stargate opener. He knows. This time not going to be Phoenix. It's going to be double Oracle, actually. 2nd Oracle's on the way. But again, Clem is fully aware and he's getting in position. We have a Widowmine here at the natural. And likewise, Marines in the main. And I'm hoping that Classic does not take a mine shot to the face. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'm hoping. Oh. Widowmine does reposition. Be careful, Classic. Be careful, Pappy. Be careful. Aye, aye, aye. Making me scared. The Hellion is cleaned up. Behind this is going to be double Oracle, not into Phoenix, but into Twilight Council. Most likely into Blink. Most likely. There are some players that will go Twilight Council into Charge instead. But that's usually off of a Phoenix opener, not Oracle. And there we go, Blink is on the way. And Classic doesn't really tempt his fate. He does not push into a mineral line. He's going to be throwing down stasis traps and maintaining map control. And this time he does not throw his Oracles away. Okay. They haven't really gained much value. I mean, in a way they have, because they're forcing Clem to stay at home, right? He would have liked to have gone for a Widowmine drop, but he's stuck at home instead. He's stuck in his mineral lines, he's contained, and Classic can freely expand. So he can take his 3rd base without too much issue. So far, so good. So far, Classic is just throwing down more stasis traps, setting up back at home, gateway explosion as well, saturating his 3rd. And for the first time, it feels, in this entire series, we're actually getting into a more stable back and forth mid-game. Typically, we'd be seeing, you know, one player, Clem specifically, get a lead early on because of his aggression, whether it was with Reaper Hellion, whether it's with early drop play, early move-outs. Not this time, though. Not this time. So I would say that so far in this series, Classic is looking at his best. Because he's been left alone. he can actually just get into his build, get into his 3-base economy. Bay is on the way, Immortal Production +1, soon to be Colossus. Let's go. He can play some StarCraft. Likewise, Oracles, they dip in, they get 2 SCVs. Revelation, not bad. It's all value. Clem moving out. Oh! Stasis Trap is gonna connect! Yeah, nice connection here. We'll delay the push. He's gonna slow Clem down. And Classic is getting ready back at home. He's gearing up. First Colossus is in production. I believe Clem has no intention of pushing. He just really wants to gain map control and clear up the map. Taking another Stasis to the face. Oh no! Oh no! He leaves it idle! Oh, massive connections. One Oracle goes down. He gets one, he gets both! No! He gets both Oracles. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal connections here. At the same time, though, Classic can catch out the Pyro. Clem trying to save it. Gets force fielded. Marines are bleeding out. And Clem, he stims in. Stims up the ramp, but there are Zealots here waiting for him. Ooh, but alas, no charge. Never mind. These are slow lots. No charge whatsoever. Classic, though, is getting a 4th, and so far he holds. Does hold. Alas, now there's no Oracles to pin at Clem back. No Stasis Traps, no Revelations, nothing that's right in the mineral lines. So far, Clem looking solid. Does reinforce. Classic has his first Colossus. Colossus is ready. Clem stimming in, catching out those slow lots. Charge just now finishing. Going for a Zealot run by. We're going to hit that 3rd base. Widowmines are still in position. Widowmines have still been left there in that mineral line. Oh! Fading out the Widowmines. Reinforces back at home. The Zealots are going to be dealt with. Good defense here by Clem. Cleans up every single Zealot. Likewise, clearing up pylons. Looking to gain map control. Classic does respond. This is a big reaction from Classic, actually. Classic dragged out of position. The 4th base is exposed. And Clem is stimming in. He's stimming in. There is a recall. Whew, thankfully. Does recall in time. We'll defend. And we'll hold. Decent mine also. Clem getting overstimmed. Meanwhile, dropping into the main, picking up probes. Probes are going down. Nice target firing out of Clem. Getting 10 workers. Before picking up. Still some nice damage. Still pulling Classic apart. Classic, though, he's holding on. Behind this 4th CC on the way. Clem still building up. Getting to his own Viking production now. And we should soon be seeing either a 2nd starport or a Ghost Academy. There it is. Ghost Academy is on the way. And Clem, he shouldn't really be pushing until he has his Ghost. Like, drop play, sure, but he should be just chilling back at home, building up. Did enough to give himself a lead. Clem, he's ahead economically. He's up in workers. He has mules. Getting his 4th base as Classic gets a 5th. More Classic getting ready here for some harass. Looking to drop into the main. Very good. Speaking of, does slip in. We have adapts towards the 3rd base, which are being shut down. Drop into the main base. Likewise, reinforcements in position. Clemmy's all over this. He did spot the prism there with that floating factory. Likewise, Classic looking for another way in. As we said, Lindsay, a big shout to Boom Cool in the chat. God, my big God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry, just a little bit engrossed in the game, but thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. Almost half a year support. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Do appreciate it. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. It's thanks to the support that we get in the channel that we're able to, of course, cast as often as we do and bring you the content that we do on a regular basis as well. Again, we cast more than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than any other channel, 2 times a day, every single day. All the casting, all the StarCraft. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. As we're calming down. So we are calming down. Classic getting his 5th. Both players are maxing out. And who do we favor when it comes to their compositions? I mean, Classic is now getting into his disruptor production. We have how many? 2, soon to be 4 disruptors. Let's go. Likewise, I mean, the disruptors, they aren't ready yet. He's only got 2 of them. Clem, as he moves out, here comes that Zealot run by towards the natural and towards the port. Oh, the Prism goes down. Prism is shot down. Zealots are going to be cleaned up. They don't really get much economic damage. So far, Clem, he is holding. Despite that, we'll lose the Viking and lose 5 SCVs. Some damage. And again, this does give Classic the time that he needed to make those disruptors. As they have arrived, so now up to 4. 4 disruptors for Classic. Likewise, it'll spot the main army. Looking for that Nova. Oh, Nova goes off. The splits are very nice. Does avoid the Novas. Again, not a single one connects. He gets 1, he gets 2 disruptors. And Classic is getting caught out. Ay, ay, ay. Is racing back home. Mass hallucination, trying to hide that Colossus. Trying to hold on. Yeah, a bit of a panic move there from Classic. Clem is not slowing down. He will rotate, finds a fresh base, forces a cancel. Denies the sick. Casanova finally grazes the army. Takes down the Marine. Maybe even 2. Clem being forced back. As he's holding on. Meanwhile, Liberator production has begun. Fusion Core as well. That should be for Liberator range. We're getting into the Freedom. Up! Yeah, better connection towards the end. Takes down 2 of the Ghosts. Not bad, but the Vikings, they're popping up. They shut down the Colossus. 1, 2. Soon to be all the Colossus falling. Oh my god. And he gets the final one as well. No more splash damage. Yeah, just Stalkers. Stalkers remain, and on their own, they can do nothing here. Zells are coming to reinforce just in time. Classic trying to hold on. But the EMPs are brutal. And from here, we can stim, and we can win. Oh, decent over towards the end. But again, there's almost nothing left here. We're bringing 14 Zealots at a time. Let's go. Classic is holding on. But he lost so much here in that fight. He lost all of his Colossus, lost all the Disruptors as well. Most of the Stalkers. That was an expensive army. Classic has to rebuild from scratch, making 3 Disruptors at a time. That's a lot of Disruptors. But alas, what is the counter to the Disruptor? Liberators. Making 3 Liberators here at a time for Clem. Liberation has arrived. And without good anti-air, Classic, he can struggle. This is typically where in a longer, later game, Protoss is forced into Skytoss, into Tempest production to deal with Mass Lib. It's possible with Mass Stalker, but very difficult here to blink under the army and under those Liberators. Especially as Classic has no momentum. Here we go, Liberation has arrived, zoning him back, force to blink in. The EMPs are brutal, Celtic coming from behind the surround, not bad. Does try to surround the army, not a bad fight here for Classic. Takes down the Liberators. But he is overextending. Has to pull away. Oh! Casanova doesn't quite connect. And Classic has to get out of here. Tries to stick around, bleeding out more more Stalkers. Disruptors thereafter. And Clem, he wants them. He wants the Disruptors. He stims in. Oh my god. Gets 1. Gets 1 Disruptor. And he just keeps going. Just keeps pushing in. He has no chill. He doesn't calm down. He doesn't calm down. Classic needs time. He needs time to build up. Last, the 5th base is going to be knocked down. The 6th even. Boys being pulled away. Disruptors have potential. One of them does connect. And Clem is judging a little bit there. He committed to the stim. But likewise, Disruptors are being thrown away one after the other. There's 1 Disruptor left, down to 0. And Clem, he's done. He has broken the back of Classic. Classic has almost nothing left. No shield batteries, no defensive setup, no Colossus, no Disruptors, no Storm, no nothing. Just Stalkers. Stalkers in a dream. Ah. And Clem with a dominant performance here in the finals. Is a best of 7 and not dropping a single map, which is crazy. And likewise, he also 2-0'd Classic in the upper bracket finals as well. So again, a very strong showing. EMP's the final army. Liberation has arrived. There's just too much freedom. There's too much. And Classic down to just workers. Oh. We'll end some of these final Novas. Let's go. Takes down some of the ghosts. It's something. Get some connections towards the end. But it's too little too late. Too late at this one here. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 4-0, becoming the OlimoLeague Winter Finals champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem. Again, he came in as the heavy hitter, the heavy favorite. He is the reigning world champion, is the best player in the world for a reason, as he was able to pop off here tonight and bring down Classic 4-0. Crazy, papi, crazy. Oh my god. Crazy result here for Clem. And again, shout out to Classic. Classic, he did play well to make it this far. I mean, we mentioned earlier, but a lot of people, they did assume, and myself included, herO was the favorite, right? herO, he was favored to win that series, to advance on. Most recently, some of the big wins from herO, he did actually eliminate, or he did knock MaxPax out of Master Coliseum, for example. Or he helped, I guess, Cyril, alongside himself, knock MaxPax out of Master Coliseum in that big offline event. Like herO, his PvP is good, it's solid, but Classic does kind of keep up with his chaos in PvP. As a reminder, if you missed out on that series, we saw both herO and Classic being hyper aggressive and hyper in each other's faces in that series, in that matchup. In the end, Classic, he was able to come out on top in that crazy PvP, but here against Clem did struggle in the end. Just switching our scenes over and catching up on the bracket itself. Here we go. Sorry, can I zoom in? Hold on. I'm gonna break something, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm gonna break something. It'll be fine. But there it is. It was a crazy bracket here. Again, 2 days. This was a 2-day event. OlimoLeague is usually a weekly or a monthly, but this is a seasonal event, so we were live last night. Yesterday, actually, 24 hours ago, with day 1 with the first 8 matches, and then we wrapped up with the final 6 today. So 2-day events in total here. We had 8 players rocking up. We had herO, Rogue, Shin, Classic, Clem, Cure, Zan, and Creator. 8 amazing players. Again, they were all seeded in based on their performances throughout the season of OlimoLeague. And in the end, Clem came out on top. Clem, he did drop a map earlier. As you can see in the first round, Clem, he had a series against Cure, where Clem did play Protoss, did go to the ace match. It was a very tense back and forth between Clem and Cure, not gonna lie. But Clem did take it, and then from there, he was able to just wreak havoc, specifically in the TVP matchup. He took down Zan, took down Classic as well. Took down Zan, took down Classic, and then of course took down Classic in the rematch. It was 3-0, my apologies. It was 3-0 from Clem earlier in the upper bracket finals. And again, we never saw herO versus Clem. We have seen herO and Clem go back and forth, and I had assumed it was going to be a herO Clem finals, not gonna lie. And then herO, he fell to Classic twice. Did fall to him twice in this tournament. We never got herO versus Clem, not in OlimoLeague. And again, Classic did well for himself here, taking down Shin, of course, earlier. herO twice. Not an easy performance there by Classic whatsoever. But congratulations here to Clem. GG. GG, well played. I'll try to fix up this, by the way, so it's not broken for the next time we have our bracket. Hopefully. There we go. Regardless, GG, well played. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and I hope we get to see some more OlimoLeagues in the future. What I mean by that, as we bring us back a little bit here, OlimoLeague is sponsored by Chijik. You can actually see the logo of what I'm referring to underneath OlimoLeague. You can see the logo, you can see the Chijik logo. Basically, that's kind of like the Korean version of Twitch. Twitch is banned in Korea, or vice versa. But Twitch is banned in Korea, so instead they have their own platforms that they have been promoting and bringing up. There's Soup. Soup used to be a Freaka TV. There's 3 big ones. There's 3 main ones, I believe. There's Soup, there's like a Cacao one, and there's Chijik as well, which is owned by Naver. Naver is kind of like the Google of Korea. So basically these other stream platforms have kind of risen up here, and they are the main sponsors of the event. This is also why, if I didn't make this clear, this is a replay cast. We used to cast this event live, but to cast this event live, it has to be on Chijik. Like, it has to be on their platform. They are the main sponsor, so it makes sense. And we used to cast it live, but the reality is a lot of people weren't watching. A lot of international viewers aren't aware of the platform, and likewise the platform's in Korean, right? It's not friendly. It's not friendly to the international scene at all. There's no like English version of the site or anything. It's all in Korean, so there are definitely hoops that you have to jump through to watch it live in English. So we did get some viewership, but not too much, I should say, compared to like Twitch and YouTube. So in the end, we were like, it's not really worth it. Like, sure, we're like the official English casters, but is it worth it if no one's watching? And there's like people like Wardy or some others. I mean, Pig as well, right? He was casting the replays the next day, and then they'd get more viewership. So it's like, you know what? We'll may as well just do a replay cast as well. Probably more worth it here to reach more viewers, reach more eyes. So yeah, that's why this is a replay cast the day after, or even a couple of hours after the fact, to go over it here on Twitch and on YouTube. But what I'm getting at here is that ChijiK, they did sponsor the event for 2 seasons, the fall season and the winter season, and we just wrapped up with winter, and that so far that is all that they did confirm to be sponsored, to be run, to be hosted. What I will say though is that it was really successful. Crank's stream on ChijiK would be number 1. He'd have the top stream on the platform. He'd have thousands of viewers as well. Like, there's been a lot of attention on this event from the Korean side of things. So Crank's stream has been very successful, and I'm sure ChijiK have been taking note of that and are quite happy with that as well. I would imagine like they're very happy with that kind of performance and result from their tournament. So I would imagine that they would renew and they would want to host more OlimoLeagues, but we have no confirmation. We have no confirmation yet. Once we do, we will let you know. We'll let you know what's going on. We'll let you know that we do have more OlimoLeagues in the future. So we'll keep you guys posted. For now, though, nothing is set in stone. Not yet. Not yet. Just making sure you're aware. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up here for the day. One momento. Hold on. Sorry, there was just someone at the door. What was I getting? All right. With that, we're going to be wrapping up for the time being. Again, if you may be tuning in for the first time, big shout out to Pig. Pig, of course, raided us earlier today, so thank you so much to Pig for the raid. Again, if you may be tuning in for the first time, welcome one and all to the CranKy Ducklings. We do cast StarCraft here on a daily basis, multiple times a day, as you can see here before you. This is our weekly schedule, and we have just wrapped up with our morning Saturday cast. 9 a.m. KST with OlimoLeague. We just wrapped up in a couple of hours, in 4 hours time. Jesus, not a lot of time. In 4 hours time, we're going to be live with MSO, with Master Swan Open, so make sure you tune into that. If you're curious, what is Master Swan Open? That is our amateur tournament. If you're within the ranges of bronze and 4.7k MMR, that is around a Masters 2 level, Masters 3, Masters 2, then you are eligible to play in our tournament. So again, it is more for amateur players. It's an event that we've been running for years at this point. I think the first MSO was back in like 2017 or 2018. So yeah, it's been a long running event here on the CranKy Ducklings. It's one of our first tournaments that we started on a regular basis, and because we started running these events back in 2017, 2018, a lot of pro players that used to be Diamond or Masters back in the day, we used to cast players like Mixu, players like Baby Marine, I want to say maybe Fiance as well. I don't want to commit to that, but Mixu, Baby Marine as well, alongside players like Oreo, Starduck. There are players out there that used to be, that before they hit pro, used to play in our events, and that's kind of like the hope. That's the goal of our tournaments. Ruichi as well, the American Protoss player. But that's the goal of our events, to allow players to have an avenue to compete, give them a reason to improve, and hey, it's not like everyone turns into a pro, but a couple of them do kind of rise through the ranks and get there. So yeah, it's something that we appreciate, and again, it's something an initiative that we've been running for a very, very long time. So we have MSO later on tonight in 4 hours. Likewise, tomorrow we have Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. That is an open tournament, typically dominated by pro players, but open to all shapes, all players, all regions are available to compete. So those are our next 2 events for the week. If you're curious, like, hold up, you know, you talk about how like, oh, you cast more than any other caster out there, but on Sunday there's only 1 cast. What's going on, Bobby? What's happening on Sunday? Well, we won't be casting in that time slot on Sunday. We instead are going to be adminning. We're still going to be working in another capacity in StarCraft. Basically, in that time slot, we have the herO 2v2 tournament. herO, he's hosting a 2v2 event, and we are going to be adminning it over on over for herO and over on his stream. Again, he did reach out to us, which, I mean, big shout out to herO. He's very near and dear to our hearts. Did reach out, and the CranKy Ducklings are going to be helping to organize the event. We'll be casting it ourselves. We will be getting the replays, and we'll be casting it at a later date. Next week, we'll find a place to cast via replays. Instead, we're going to be working behind the scenes in that 2v2 tournament. So again, we're going to be there in a different capacity. If you're curious though, if you want to play and compete in a big 2v2 tournament, then I do recommend checking out herO's circuit that he is putting a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money into as well. It's a big circuit, and it's been a lot of fun so far. We already had our first event in January. Now we have our next event here in February as well. So do check it out. Do check it out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We're going to be heading off here for the time being. If you see something here that you want to see live, whether it's OlimoLeague, WarDTV Monday, Fairy Cup, Code for Giants Cup, the Pigasaur Monday, OSC events, our tournaments, the Pondcast as well. If you see something here and you can't watch it live, check out the VODs. Check out the VODs over on YouTube, ! Socials in the chat, and you can check out our YouTube channel or our Twitch or Instagram, Facebook, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're all over the place. Hold on. There we go. Likewise, Mastodon, TikTok, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're all over the place, so you can follow us there if you wish. You'll be notified when we go live. And again, we upload VODs on a daily basis. We have thousands of VODs on YouTube. We have thousands of, oh god, it's all there if you're interested. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys in 4 hours time with Masters 1 Open, or tomorrow with Sparkling Tuna Cup, or tomorrow with herO's 2v2 tournaments as well. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for watching. Again, a big shout out to Pig, a big shout out to Pili as well for the raids. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for resubscribing as well. Boom, cool as well. And we are wrapping up for the time being. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to raid, someone to send everyone over to. Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? We'll find someone. So yeah, take this time to get some. Take care. Take care, everyone. We'll see you guys when we see you. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching.